All right. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Roleplay Cafe. I'm Jason. Above me there is David. He is our presenter tonight in Dark Age of Man campaign session 3, I believe, already for this group. Beside me there, hidden behind the book Dark Age of Man with a carnival background or something, is Dell, the co-author or co-designer of Dark Age of Man. Yes. Steelers. Yes, right. And then above him there is Mr. Sam, and he is Chalice and Chains on YouTube. And he's a veteran now. Sam has become a damn veteran of our game system, which is cool. I don't know how many this is now for you, man. 12 or 13 sessions? It's pretty sweet.
Yeah, something like that. I think I ran
You've run
2,
six, and you've played in
so
4,
far,
10,
yeah.
11, 12. Yeah, it's like your 13th
like
session
that.
already, man. It's amazing.
Yeah,
You've got more than me now, which is nuts, considering I...
wrote the game.
Don't spit up now. Don't spit up, brother.
Awesome.
All right, David, go ahead.
We knew it could work after Stan ran 13 games of it. Let's go ahead and put it out.
Right? That's funny.
All right.
Okay, Jen, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. So, when we last left our protagonist,
Yes.
Basically what we see as our scene opens, we've got Eric the Warden rising from the ground, pushing aside the body of a quote-unquote pilgrim he was in mortal combat with mere moments ago.
Ooh.
Standing next to Saverick is young Willem, bloody blade in hand. And we also see a flaxen-haired youth who's cradling the limp form, dark-haired man. The youth his body's kind of rocking back and forth as it's obvious that he's weeping.
Ooh.
As we kind of pan up, we see forms in the darkness converging on our heroes. And it appears as though they are wearing kind of like a ragtag array of armor, helms, and kind of clothing. The only thing that I think is not absolutely clear would be pertaining to our outcast, Melton. He fled the scene moments ago, and I'm assuming we'll find out if he has stayed near out of curiosity or if he is looking for further interests elsewhere.
Right.
While things continue, and
Right.
I'm sure we will find out shortly.
Yes, right. There may be screen wipes in this one, right? Like Star Wars.
Okay, all right. Okay. So I would say that if I was in you guys' shoes, our primary concern would be survival at this moment.
Mm-hmm.
As once we find out what everyone's actions and goals are, or I guess to put it another way, everyone putting their cards on the table,
Mm-hmm.
then we'll be able to go forward from there.
Okay.
You guys can have a more clear idea of how you want to proceed. And that's what I get for ending things on kind of a cliffhanger. So,
Sure.
but
Yeah. Sweet.
I think I pretty much ended every one of my sessions on a
Have you?
cliffhanger.
Yeah.
I can't remember, but I think so. And I'm like,
I hate to say it, but it is a natural way to end sessions, right? It is. It's a very natural way.
Well, I definitely want to find out what's going to happen, and we'll, if we have time, we'll talk about it later. But you guys may find it kind of interesting of some of the things I did a little randomizing behind the scenes to kind of give myself some ideas.
I love it.
For the leads and stuff.
That's the goal, man, of Dark Age of Man is become a player, enjoy your role as the GM, right? Cool.
So just to kind of maybe shake things up a little bit, let's actually start with Jason. Milton, as he left, fled away in the darkness.
Yeah.
What's going on in his mind? What's he thinking?
I would have Melton would have run for 30 seconds or so, full off, zigzagging through brush, around trees, to make sure that the boy with the beautiful sword wasn't making chase, but just to elude him. But I'm running from the horns, as I have seen the work of these men before. And I have correlated the horn to the actions of these men who show up in longboats and raid from the rivers and raid from the lakes and raid from the ocean. However, I wouldn't have seen the ocean, so Melton would never have seen an ocean yet. But the rivers, certainly river dredge.
Okay.
Melton lives on an island and has never seen the ocean.
That's right. Well, yeah, I wouldn't have traveled beyond 10 miles in his entire life, probably, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So 30 seconds in, I would stop to catch my breath, and I would crouch down, checking my daggers and my club, and I would look back, squinting into the darkness now as dusk was falling when this all transpired. Listening,
the shadows are long. Go ahead.
Listening carefully to what is happening behind me, as I still am curious about Savrik. That is something that I can't shake, as that's why I'm here, as I was following Savrik. And the sword now, the beautiful sword, is certainly high on my priorities list.
Okay, so in the near distance, which may be an oxymoron, but in the near distance, you see the flickering torches that had been scattered on the ground during the conflict.
Right.
And you also see a few torches held up high as these figures approach.
Okay.
And we may as well see that it's obvious that two of the approaching figures are on horseback.
Okay.
And there's a handful of others that are on foot.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So now
with that, I may attempt to climb one of the closest, largest trees. Yeah.
Okay.
I begin to
that's fine.
an ascent up a tree, and may attempt to follow them from the tree tops, like an ape. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no.
Okay, very Robin Hood-esque of you.
The wild man is now going to be an ape. This is terrifying.
Okay, you guys are gonna laugh when I tell you later about my seed rolls. This is hilarious.
Oh, I love it.
Okay, if not creepy, it's really something. Okay, so young Willem, you have just delivered the fatal blow to this pilgrim who Savrik was in mortal combat with. I'm not sure how you mortally wounded him. I don't think we discussed that, but you definitely did. And Savrik is pushing the body to the side as these figures approach you guys.
Get him off me.
Still giving orders, Savrik.
Oh,
I'm
did he
pushing him
collapse onto you? Oh, okay. Yeah,
I'm pushing him over to the side and rolling and trying to jerk my body from underneath him to scramble up, reaching for my knife and dragging it up beside me, and darting back and forth, looking at getting Willem. Look yonder. They approach. A quick assessment: 2 on horseback and several on feet. Am I seeing any kind of garb indicative of Mort's men?
Yes, definitely. No. What you see from this distance,
like the livery of Mort or whatever.
You see, definitely some of them are helmed, and you see the telltale, horns of raiders.
Geez, man.
And you
I grab Willem like that.
Go ahead.
back, and I want to bleed back into the. I don't know if they see me or not, but bleed back into the tree line,
the trees,
on the edge, and sink back into the shadow, and lay low if possible. So I'm trying to do that.
And you would notice, like, as you grab my arm, like, I probably would have sheathed. Well, actually, I suppose I wouldn't have sheathed my sword at this point, but my arm would be shaking, like, quite noticeably. But I'm definitely, like, you can tell, like, I'm trying to steel myself, and I'm coming with you. And then I would say, no, was there? I can't remember. Was there, like, a campfire nearby, or? And that kid is the one weeping over the dead body, right, of his father or whoever it was.
Yes, that's correct. That's his father's the one that you shot in the shoulder with the arrow,
right.
And he's the one that Savric basically slaughtered like a pig.
Right.
Let him be. Yeah. The kid can be a distraction.
But to answer your question, Sam, the closest campfire was the one that you guys were at a little distance away.
So I would say a distraction. Yes, he may be, but he may also let the raiders know that we are here. And you can tell I'm conflicted, right? Because I don't know what to do.
And draw your bow.
Yeah. And I would sheathe my sword, and draw my bow, get an arrow loosely nocked, and get ready.
And hopefully we don't have a lot of lit, and there's enough canopy to mask us here.
Melton can view this as he is seeing a lot of the words, a lot of the what do you call it? The torchlight is kind of illuminating their silhouettes to you. Gotcha. I guess I would say.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can kind of see young Willem and Savric kind of move actually towards you into the grove of trees that's there, which was the ones that you guys originally used to sneak up on them.
Good. Get away. Get away.
And then you guys duck down within the grove of trees. Is that correct?
Oh yeah, but I'm trying to get it on the boy. And Willem, take your shot.
Yeah, both of you. Oh, okay.
Yeah. To the it's he's a young man, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Before they get there,
Okay.
Oh, so you want him to shoot
take him out? Yeah. Before he lets us.
Okay.
I think that I hesitate for like a moment, and then I would draw the bow and I would shoot. I don't know if you need me to make a roll in this case or not. You would see me take a deep breath, like, and then right, and the arrow would just bury itself right in his, in his temple or whatever.
The crying boy. I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because he's the only one that's still alive, right? That, at least in this immediate area. That
the only other individuals that you guys aren't sure about would be the two guardsmen that you guys came with.
Mm-hmm.
So the young man's form basically collapses. He slumps.
If they're still on the road, the two guards that were with us, I'll hiss out. If you expect to live, follow us. Be quick about it. Okay. So I'll grab Willem's arm and let's sink back further into the,
Okay.
They may be damned if they don't follow suit.
Are you guys just fleeing the area, or are you watching, or what are you doing specifically?
I don't think we're fleeing as much as we are trying to gain a little bit of distance, but enough that we can see, because if there's raiders here, we need to know who they are, what their strength is, what
and we still want a clear path of to shoot our arrows. So I don't want to impose us with too many, you know what I mean, but still
okay. So that'll just mean that they will have somewhat of a chance, possibly to. It'll be very difficult, but depending upon how fate sees it, they may have a chance to still He'll see you guys since you're trying to keep line of sight, which is fine. You guys that's fine, no problem.
I mean, if the two buffoons don't follow,
Yeah. We'll see.
do I need to
what
hit
they,
them with prestige to make a move?
We'll see what Ollie and
Ollie and Stanley, yeah,
Stanley are gonna do. So you guys see the figures approach out of the shadows, and initially there's a hefty looking fellow with a salt and pepper beard, definitely has the look of a raider about him. One eye is definitely milky, white, with a scar underneath it, and he's got I guess the best way to describe him would be his hands are almost like meat hooks,
Wow.
and he's seen many winters.
Right.
Okay. He's seen so many winters that his hair, that probably you would guess would have been like a vivid red at one time, is now just kind of like a faded, almost more gray
Rust,
than
yeah.
obviously. Yeah,
Rust and gray, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he has he doesn't have any kind of elaborate helm on himself. He has a raider like helm, but it's got like smaller, just smaller indentation horns on it,
Right.
to be kind of stereotypical. But yes,
Right.
and he rides up, and the horse he rides on is also sized to fit his girth, and it you can kind of almost like just hear the hooves kind of like just like stomp into the earth, as he walks up, and with a gout of the horse exhales as he kind of like muscles it, to a halt.
The halt, yeah.
And he leans, you see him lean forward, and the men that are with him come to either side of him and immediately start looking at the bodies that are just scattered, that you guys left.
How many men precisely are there? Can we tell?
Let's see. Yeah, you can tell.
Okay.
Let's see here.
It's like my random seed says 36 men.
No,
Just roll it.
there's six of them, 6 raiders.
Including the boss or plus the boss?
Plus Redbeard.
Redbeard.
Okay. And then plus another man who rides up on a smaller horse behind him. So 8 in total.
8 in total. Okay.
Yes, 8 in total.
Okay.
And speaking of the other rider, you see that he actually reminds you of another individual that you have traveled with, except a kind of a younger version. He has a shaven head. He wears robes, and his robes have symbols on the. I guess would almost be like around the neck and down the front, Doesn't look like a holy man. You don't see any obvious religious symbols of Christianity or of paganism that you guys would recognize.
Right.
But something is amiss. Perhaps he's some type of a scholar of importance or something.
Okay.
It's kind of hard to say. But he is a man of importance because he rides as well.
Right.
While all the others walk.
Right.
So that you can put together. I'll give you guys that much.
Right.
Okay. He's you also notice that he's very looks very pale, as if he does not, he is not a man of the fields. And you see that he actually seems to cradle his left arm lightly. Okay. All right.
Yeah, Melton from the treetops can see all this pretty plainly.
At this time, yes, because of the torches that they're carrying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There may be some minute details he wouldn't see, but
Sure.
that's unherited for us.
Okay.
Stay low, I say to. What's your character's name, Sam?
You asked him that last session.
Willem. Willem. He is forgettable. You have to admit.
Yes, young Willem. Young Willem.
You don't have to call him young Willem. You can call him just Willem. That's fine.
Little
Willem the lad.
Willem, my lad, lay low. Let them do their deed and pass. We shall follow them. There's too many amongst to take. Head on. And now the two dollards, are they still milling around out there, or did they follow?
The dollard's nice.
You hear a rustle of leaves and the soft snap of a twig behind you. You see that you see that it's Joff, noble Joff, steady Joff, loyal Joff. comes walking up.
Is he leaving? Oh, he comes walking.
No.
Okay, I was like, I'd almost rather that he left. Yeah,
That's funny. He comes walking. He comes.
I give him,
hey boss, what's going on?
straight warning.
What are you
Yeah,
looking at?
exactly.
We on break.
He's all rubberneck and everything.
I was going to take my lunch break. Yeah. Do you mind if I take a
cigarette?
Yeah, exactly.
Now, I shoot him a glance or whatever, and immediately tell him to get down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not like dance, but just get down.
Yeah.
Okay, he does. He kneels down, and you can see he's kind of craning his neck, and he goes, "It's leaders here."
Just do that, and we'll let them pilfer or whatever they need to do. And then we'll follow. That's the plan, at least. Count their numbers, and let's try to listen to them talk.
Okay. You hear Joff rustle again as he changes position, and Willem, you actually see him turn, and look over his shoulder, and he hisses. He says, "Where's that bastard Harold?"
Oh, okay. Yeah. Joff is saying this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I guess I would quickly look around just to see if I could, see him. But I'm mostly going to stay focused on who I perceive to be the dangers here. Mm-hmm. Harold can go,
Yeah, the cornfield.
I'm not going to say it, but I'll be polite. But yeah, he can go stick it.
Okay. What'd you say, Del? Sorry.
No, I just said these corn feds are a liability to us. So if one of them, he needs to get smarter, get dead, either one.
Okay. Okay. All right. So you see that one of the raiders, well, not one of them. They are actually rifling through the belongings of the pilgrims.
Yeah.
And one of the raiders turns to Redbeard and calls out to him in a language that you're not familiar with, and Redbeard actually eggs his steed a little closer, and kind of leans, as something has caught his attention, and you see that one of the other raiders, the one with kind of like the elaborate helm,
Yeah.
he holds the young man, the sallow or sandy haired boy. He holds him up and shows his face, clearly to Redbeard, and Redbeard grunts in recognition at that. And the
Oops.
we'll just call him the scholar on the other horse.
Yeah.
See, he kind of points with his damaged hand, we'll say, and then the raider holds up the raven-haired man who was the father, and shows his face as well. And the scholar nods and says, and turns to Redbeard and says, "Yes, Lord, it is them."
Does he say it in a language that we understand? Is it the tongue commonly spoken in Dredgewater, or
no? That's
Okay.
that's the problem, you guys. Yeah, because I don't
we
think
wouldn't necessarily understand what
guys.
you're saying. Okay.
Yes, I don't think any of you
Okay.
guys are learned enough to have any other language. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I have a mind of one, but I don't know. I
Okay.
think that's above
Well, with
average,
negative,
but maybe not.
I've got negative one.
Could probably- could
Yeah,
probably
that's something
make out
you guys
the-
would have had to
Yeah.
specify during your character creation,
Yeah,
or is
right.
that something
I think that allows me to speak with like the deer and the animals, like a true Disney princess, right?
Well,
But
that's
like
pretty good,
not,
actually.
yeah.
Okay.
That's
All right. So yeah. So
But not Vikings. Yeah.
so yeah. Subtitles let us know that he says yes.
There you go.
He nods to him, and Redbeard nods back in recognition, and you guys until he gives them another order, let's say, okay? And they pick up both of those bodies, the raven-haired and the youth, and one goes on the back of Redbeard's steed, and the other goes on the back of the scholar's steed. The one horned helm raider walks over to Redbeard and hands him up a pouch coin that you guys recognize. Okay, and without even really acknowledging it, Redbeard kind of grabs it and puts it in his tosses it in a bag or something. He doesn't even really acknowledge it very much. And then he looks towards in you guys' direction, towards the grove of trees, and kind of scans the horizon, probably more or less, and in your common tongue, with a booming voice, he yells out. He says, "I know of you, wardens of the force, and I know of your oath to your liege." Says,
Okay.
Go ahead, Dale.
Now, Savrik's basically from the direction of Russia, the Slavic people, which the northern sea peoples often came through and get their thralls, get into Constantinople. So I'm familiar with that if they are. Well, I'm just talking about, I'm familiar with
Them, their
with
culture.
those type crossing through my lands before and having to skirt because they did some damage. You know what I mean? So
They don't call them raiders for nothing.
yeah.
You
So anyway, I mean, I don't know if I can distinctly discern whether he is someone I know, but might be able to roll mine and find out if this
Go ahead.
truth or not.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Was this the scholar type that was?
No,
or this was Redbeard.
Redbeard.
Okay.
Redbeard
Yeah,
yells
okay.
out to the darkness.
It's 11 total.
Oh, 11?
10
Oh,
plus
wow.
one,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Wow. All right.
If it strikes a memory,
I believe you would pronounce this Lodvir.
Nice.
Okay.
Old-
He definitely is a raider of ill repute, known as a slaver.
Oh,
He's just very bad news. The fact that he is so far from his normal hunting ground, so to speak, is alarming. It wouldn't be unusual for an occasional raiding party to be found, but for someone of his repute to be roaming and wandering around is odd, to say the least.
Now,
Well,
I'm going to have
something is amiss.
perspiration. Oddly enough, young Wilford is going to see a pale countenance kind of just drop over me with that booming voice in a moment of realization. Kind of opens my eyes, and I'll get paralytic, for a moment, freeze up or whatever, and my hand reaches over and grabs a hold of your arm, and then I'll start to slowly pull back and go deeper into the forest. It's like I'm crab walking backwards.
Okay.
You can tell there's an aspect of like what I said before about trailing them. This is hit a little too close to home. It's almost giving me like PTS flashbacks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right, one other thing. Go ahead, Sam. You too.
Well, I was gonna say as he's kind of, clearly, shaken here and is backing up, right, and grabbing my arm. I think I would like kind of pull my arm out of his grip because.
Oh, wow.
Because I can't necessarily effectively, So, but maybe as
when you try, I'll look at you, kind of in shock, and you'll see me being shocked. And I'll do a slow head shake, like no.
Yeah, and I think like, oh no, yeah, but
I won't say a word though.
Well, and I'm backing away with you, but I think as I would see shock on your face, you would just see this cold indifference now on my face. As I'm really just like, I've got the bow ready, but not at a full, draw,
full
just
draw.
in case I need to. But yeah, we're backing away, and I think as we're doing so, I would get as close as I can, and I would be like, do you know this man, this Redbeard? Why do you look the way you do?
He's a dangerous man. And my eyes get wild looking around. And I'll look around behind myself for Jonathan and Harold and glance toward them and do my hand in directions like turn around. We're all heading this way.
Joff hisses at Willem, says, if you kill him, would gain much renown with our Lord.
Who says that to you, Dolph?
Joff.
No, was he saying that to me or to Del?
You got
he
the
says it
bow.
to me.
Yeah,
okay, yeah. And I would just kind of look back at him with, again, just like
that
ice cold
engraved on your cross.
Yeah, I would say, renown only goes so far if his men put me in the grave. No, we will watch.
And Melton, by the way, is aware of where they're at. And I'm aware that the only one of the men with the tabard of Dredgewater is among them. So I will begin during all of this to look about for the missing fourth soldier.
Okay,
I'm looking, listening while they're lingering there, watching on. I'm looking for this fourth soldier.
From your perch in the trees, angry squirrels chittering at you.
I believe it.
You see the figure of Harold.
Okay. I slowly try to triangulate where he's headed.
He's headed towards Redbeard's position.
Redbeard's position. Okay. So I slowly will change branches and move from tree to tree. And get directly above him, if I can. And I will draw my dagger. My goal is to drop upon him and incapacitate him.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. So you're actually gonna attack him because you're trying to incapacitate him.
Okay. Dropping from the above. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, not necessarily kill him. I knock him unconscious. Whatever it takes. But I want him, I want him incapacitated.
All right, so let's see. I would say, give me a DV of 5.
Oh, nice. Okay, dagger is 1 plus 1. So here we go. So my combat would be 2, but my dagger's poor, so it's a 1. So plus 1.
Okay.
For those following along, right? Oh, 5 plus 1, 6.
Okay. Ooh. All right. So how do you? What do you do exactly? Tell me.
I would suspect as I drop my entire body weight, as again I'm twisted and malformed spine, but I still stand about 5'11" in that condition, and I'm thin, malnourished, survival. But all of my weight comes down right on his head, probably breaks his neck, killing him instantly. However, it wasn't my goal, but that's what happened.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I immediately disrobe him and put this tabard on, this Dredgewater tabard, right? Melton is not aware of whether that would make me disguised, so to speak. Right? If you understand his 8-year-old thinking, right? So, and then I would wait in the trees, step back and wait in the trees. I might not even be aware I should hide the body, right? I just leave it there, and I wait among the trees to see which direction they go. Where in this Dredgewater tabard, right?
So Melton's cosplaying as a guard.
Yeah, Melton may believe
very well. I don't think.
Yeah,
right. Well, from my perspective, this tabard might be all I need to walk freely around Dredgewater. I've always been run out of Dredgewater. So maybe I think that's all I need, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
After another moment or two, the raiding party. Oh, actually, what I was gonna say was that finishing up, Redbeard bellows out. He says, "If you cowards are out there, let your lord know that his days are numbered. Let him celebrate with his people, frolicking and drinking much of ale, or soon his throat will know only the dust of death." And then they turn as a group and go back further to the south.
Jeez.
Okay.
Sorry, we know that Westweld's awesome, so let the stupid elder, the elder lord die, and we can bring his boy up. Yeah, no, that's. Sorry, would you visibly react to this, Del? Like, would you be like, or just kind of still?
There's going to be definitely a look of horror. You can tell that things are flashing through my mind. Yeah. But I'll slowly. It's like I'm trying to retain myself. I'm not visibly overly shaking, literally, but you can tell I'm shaken. And then some of that tension releases once I hear them further on down south. And for the first time, I'll exhale a little bit and turn around and reconvene with. But Harold's not there, is he? Just Jeff.
Just Jeff. Jeff, yeah.
And I'll say, Jeff, where's your comrade?
He looks off to the left, and then looks over to the right, and he says, "I know not, sir." Perhaps he's trying to get another vantage point.
But this message cannot wait. You may not know where he is, but do you know your way back?
He nods vigorously, almost too vigorously. Yes, I do.
Then you must carry the message that was Voldheim, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll speak his name for the first time. The Voldheim.
Lodvir? Lodvir.
Lodvir.
That's Redbeard.
Yeah. That Lodvir is given. You understood it all?
Nah.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to start repeating after me, but anyway, I'll look at him. I mean, carry it well in haste. We shall patrol the southern borders and count their numbers and get a better vantage point of what Lord Workman faces here.
He looks at both of you as if I'll never see you again. And then he turns and poof, he's gone. Off into the darkness.
And Melton, seeing him turn and run north toward Dredgewater, Melton will slowly make kind of parallel him through the woods.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
And once we're once we're well out of sight of the two wardens, Melton would attempt to catch him up.
Okay. You see that this man has no concern for concealing his whereabouts. He's noisy. His path is like almost that of a moth, you know? He's kind of getting his bearings as he goes, you know? So it's not difficult for you to overtake him at all.
Yeah. I would parallel him and circle around. And so as he's coming through the woods, he would end up face to face with me.
Oh wow! Okay.
Like I step in front of
Are you
him.
up in the trees, or are you on the?
No,
ground?
I'm on the ground paralleling him as he's moving.
Okay,
and then my goal would be to get step out of the tree right in front of him.
That's fine. Okay, he stops dead in his tracks and looks and sees the regalia of the guard that you're wearing, you know. And he kind of mumbles, Harold, and then, you know, once he kind of peers closer at you and sees you for who you are, he blanches, you know, and all the color drops out of his face, and he takes a step back.
Yeah, Melton attempts to smile, but with a cleft, lip, the disfigured skull, and probably rotten teeth, if any teeth remaining, 1, 2 teeth, smiles and says, "Hi, I'm with you." And I'll pull the tabard up. We go.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Roll prestige, baby.
Yeah. You're gonna have to
difficulty 16.
Yeah, right. This is gonna be crazy. Let's see here. Yeah,
I mean, who knows? He might think it's his best option just to play along. You know,
you're gonna need.
Well, that's how we'll describe it if I make the roll.
You're gonna need a. Wow. That uniform is working for you and against you.
Correct.
It really doesn't.
Right.
Give me a 10. It's hard.
All right. I got a prestige check.
Yeah.
-1 prestige because I'm an outcast. So I need at least an 11. Right. Here we go.
That's gonna be tough. Yeah. It's gonna. Be tough,
No. 5.
Okay. All right. Okay. So he shakes his head and throws his hands up in fear.
Yeah.
You know. And he says, "What are you? Some devil? Some spirit of the forest? You come take me?"
Yeah, and Harold, as he realizes the
wood
change in his face, I've seen this before, right? I'll look confused, tilt my head, and look at my tab. No, Harold, you call me Harold. Confused that this wouldn't be enough. Right?
Hey. Okay.
He's going to take a running.
I know, right? Let's see here.
That makes it even hot. Like that guy he was clearly nuts.
Mm-hmm. Okay, all right. He from somewhere he produces a small blade and holds it in front of him, pointed towards you.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, back to the forest with you, devil, or I'll send you to hell myself.
Okay.
And he kind of he's trying to keep the knife in between the two of you, if that makes sense,
Uh-huh.
as he pivots to go around you.
Okay.
So he can continue on his mad quest.
Further confusion. I won't stop him from circling me.
Mm-hmm.
I won't stop him from doing that, as I can't believe that he's. And I'll continue to pull it up, and I'll reach for him if I can, and grab his tabard, and
Oh wow!
Like where I'm with you.
Okay. All right. So go ahead and give me a okay. Go ahead and give me a DV of 5 to avoid basically getting stuck.
Okay.
As he tries to defend himself from you.
Okay.
As you're grabbing him.
Yeah. 8.
Okay. Okay, so you're able to you lunge forward.
As he does, I would just smack it away. Like I would smack his hand away.
Okay. All right. Okay, so you've got him by the talbot now.
I just kind of smack this feeble attempt at me away. I'll pull him close. I'm on you!
Oh my god.
Right, my eyes, of course, distorted, my skull distorted. Slobber, as I've got a cleft lip. Spitting probably into his face. Matted, black matted hair. Remarkably strong.
He promptly relieves himself. Mm-hmm. He empties his bladder, and his legs basically grow weak, and he collapses there on the.
So I'm holding him. I'm like his limp body. I'm holding it with a tabard.
Yeah.
So I'll basically.
Poor Jeff seems to have fainted.
So I'll slide him over to a tree, prop him up. I'll take his dagger from him and drive it into the tree above his head.
Yeah.
And then I'll basically kick out some ground and start a small fire. I'll wait for him to wake up.
Oh. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So you're doing that. All right. So let's go back to these other guys briefly, and you can finish torturing poor Joff as we go back.
Yeah. I'm already
Joff just doesn't know. He just doesn't know I'm on his side. He's going to figure it out.
You'll have to gum him to death. You have to gum him to death.
Oh no.
Okay.
All right. I'm like Willem. You stand there after they have left. After what is his name? George.
Who? Redbeard?
No, the Ollie that just ran off.
Oh,
Joram?
Joff.
Yeah.
Joff.
Yeah,
After Joff leaves, we're hoofing at our Willem.
Yeah.
The area. You know it better than I. If troops are amassing to attack, and Redbeard has called a retinue of mercenaries to gather, we should scout this out. Find where they held up. Do you suspect them on the border, and if so, in what location would be best to mount an attack?
So, I would kind of say, well, they can take those ships of theirs right up the narrow river dredge, right to the. We have there's a palisade right around Dredgewater, if I remember. Yeah, right to the palisade. where their troops amass, I suspect, is less of a concern than whether they will travel up the river. That's what I would suspect. And what would our Lord do to stop them?
If they could disembark from the ships there.
They would.
I know they hold a substantial amount.
They could disembark from the ships, yes, but they would do so close to the walls. If they're a large raiding party...
But if Von Mort, he attacks not by water, but
yes,
over land.
He would march his men, but we know where Von Mort is. These men, whether they choose to march with him or not, I couldn't say. I mean, we could push further into, towards their direction and see if we could find their camp, but I suspect it doesn't much matter. I think at this point, either we return to Dredgewater and let the Lord know so he can call up the fjord and prepare for battle, or perhaps we try some sort of ambush, but either way, I don't see our chances being...
No, well, that's too long.
Good.
Ambush, at most we can do is scout the location, but we need to find a rise so we can view into Washburn lands, I would say. We're not so far from that border that we couldn't hike there within the day and give an account to Lord Washburn in full. We've already sent Jaff up there in that direction to let Washburn know.
I was like, that fool's going to trip over his own feet and knock his head on a rock before he ever gets back. We can't trust him to deliver the message.
We pray to your Lord that he finds safe passage. But until then, a day's further, or 2 days further, should not offset, I would hope, our chances of giving Lord Washburn due.
Yeah, I would say, well, if it is a rise that you seek to survey the land and see if perhaps we can see any signs of movement or a mass of men, well, I know the place. It will be, well, it'll be a little bit of a hard traversal as the game trails have overgrown at this point. But I can lead us there.
I wouldn't suggest with the amount of poachers in the land that they'll probably knock them down. The paths, I suspect. So that's a little dig at you, but
yeah. Well, but I would kind of look and I would say, well, perhaps, but with those men about, you kind of indicating the Vikings that are there, and who knows how long they've been here. I don't know what the poachers are up to. Perhaps they may not know too much of that copse, but we'll see.
If I stand there for a little bit and think this area, this rise, could you direct me, or do you? You could go back and inform the Lord. Perhaps that is wise in case there
I immediately start shaking my head, and I'm like, no, these lands are my charge. I will see this through with you.
El, what kind of physical shape is Saverick in right now? How would you think he?
How
does he look?
Well, I think he was injured last round. Yeah. I think he's at the battered state.
Kind of battered
right now.
I think he had 2 wounds, right? Fatigued and battered. Yeah.
Fatigued. Yeah. Fatigued. Yeah. Okay.
So he's pretty.
Willem, you see that is what my point.
Yeah. But Willem, I'm not going to call that out because I believe that would be a huge slight to his honor, right? That would essentially call into question his toughness. If he runs himself to passing out, then he's the fool. But But I'll let him. Yeah. So yes, I would be very aware of that, but I won't point it out, and I'll be that. But that's why I mentioned hard travel. I'm like, it won't be an easy road, and we must make haste. But if you're up for it, then we should go.
Yeah, he's doing at me, and I'm trying to save face a little bit by turning it and digging at him. But so I think we both kind of realize that, my pallor dropping and everything in the sweat. And I look at him and kind of halfway smile, a little bit of reluctant respect, mutual exchange there. And then I nod and let us be on our way. And I'll still myself and get on a run to try to see if we can view anything. So
to Weathertop we ride. No, maybe not Weathertop.
So
that would suck.
You guys are gonna trail the raiders basically and see what their destination is. Correct? That's where we're at.
I don't know.
Okay.
I would they be heading in that direction? I think the way I'm picturing it in my mind is that there is a maybe right where we are now. It's more. A little bit flatter, a little bit heavier tree cover. But as we proceed, the trees will become a little more sparse, and it'll start turning more into like that rolling grasslands. And then it'll get a little bit more hilly. So it wouldn't be a mountain, right? But it would be a large enough rise that most people, probably the road goes around it. If there was like a trade road or whatever. But our intention is to go up it. And then from there, we'll be able to kind of survey all around.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I'm going to push myself. It isn't going to be in a situation where I can get any rest to regain
we're going
status. Okay. So I'll probably keep there.
As you hang on, Jason, just for a second.
Oh, yeah.
About you.
Yeah.
As you guys push forth through the trees out into the I guess they're almost like they wouldn't be grasslands, but I guess the hillocks. You guys,
whatever the English version, the more like a meadow or whatever,
I don't think it's not a moor. It's not a moor. I don't think.
Kind of. Fen, more.
Okay.
Fens.
The moon peeks through the cloud cover overhead briefly, and you guys can see that there's like a low mist, at your feet more or less as you guys are pushing through. And as you guys reach to call it the peak of this hill, guys don't stand up. You guys stay crouched down and look beyond. And you guys can see, to steal a visual from a favorite movie of mine, kind of almost like a serpentine column of torches, winding amongst that road.
This isn't a raiding party.
It's the raiding.
Is this a full-on army?
It's not a.
This,
no.
Like 100 men, like 1,000 men. I'm getting
a luck roll. Make a luck roll. No. You see the hindquarters of the raiding party. Entering what would be, I guess, kind of like a rough, a small fortress, I guess, would be a compound, just very, very roughshod looking, wooden,
they have secured a small homestead, basically, right?
Yeah,
perhaps earthenworks built up, or whatever.
There's probably a dead family that could speak to this.
I hope they can't speak to it.
No, right? Yeah, would be evidenced. Right.
And then adjacent to that, you see that there are fields, crop fields there. That obviously aren't being used right now. And then the moonlight guys can also see the evidence of farm animals that have been slaughtered, that are just lying there, haphazard among the road and in the fields here and there. No bodies from where you can see right now, but
Okay, I'll breathe through my teeth. As we feared, Vadamant Morta has made a deal with the devil himself. And anyway, that's
now you know that these would be quote unquote contested lands.
Sure.
Depending upon who you talk to,
Yeah. Well, I think perhaps like the start of like the hills perhaps marks like an unofficial border. Yeah, or like a sort of a border zone, so to speak. Yeah, and so
the poor people that live here, many of them claim your lord as theirs.
Right.
But Mort is known to basically, for lack of a better term, have raiding parties that are endorsed by him that come through there and take
to destabilize. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, what would you call it?
pillage, right? I mean, they just
yeah.
You don't rob from your own.
What do you call it? Yeah.
You don't rob from your own people.
When the mobsters go in the neighborhood and they collect money from the candy store. What do you call it? I can't think of the term.
Collections.
Now, but collections. Yeah.
Right.
Whether it's money,
you rob from your neighbor. You don't rob from your own people. So he would be robbing Washburn's people.
Yeah. Right, because you guys have heard about Mort.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So you guys take that in for a second, and let me go back to Jason.
Yeah.
So I'll be right back, but I can still hear.
Okay.
I mean, once I get the fire kind of started, I will get right up on this guy and investigate his face, scrutinize his face closely. Is he wearing a helmet or anything? And
yeah, he has like a pot helmet.
Not anymore, because I will have removed it and put it on my head. So I will take it off, and I'll mount it on my. And it might not fit because my skull is large and kind of deformed. It might kind of fit cattywampus, right?
Yeah. Okay.
And I'll grab his head and kind of pinch his face and shake him a little bit, try to wake him up.
You see that as you pinch his cheeks, which are slowly regaining their color again, you feel and see the stubble on his face, which was clean shaven, and now since he's been out and about for so long, his facial hair is starting to grow in, and you can see it's slightly salt and pepper.
Okay.
His hair is cut really short, like buzz cut, so to speak. And you see that you notice that he kind of gulps, and then his eyes begin to flutter as he regains consciousness.
Okay. And I will, from my pouch, pull some berries or mushroom, and when he focuses, I'll have it like held right up, almost pushing it into his mouth.
Okay. He will kind of reactively take it in and begin to chew the berry,
Yep.
as he hasn't fully regained, his senses. And he kind of makes a noise as he's chewing them, but he seems to be enjoying it, and you see that the color's coming back.
I am Harold. Harold. Yes.
Okay.
And kind of pat him on the top of the head, right?
Okay. His eyes actually open finally, and it takes him a moment before he kind of realizes his situation again, And since he's up against a tree,
I kind of propped him up against a tree and stuck the dagger in like over his head, so it's right there.
His legs kind of kick out and his arms flail briefly, but he has nowhere to go.
Right.
So once he kind of realizes that he's more or less kind of pinned, in front of this tree with you in front of him, he kind of, he gives up any thoughts of escaping for right now, and kind of, turning his head, to try to probably attempt to escape the rancid
stink. Yeah, this is a man who he only gets wet when he's swimming or fishing, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah. And
foul breath, foul body odor.
Yeah, he kind of turns to the side and he says, "What do you want of me?"
Harold, I am Harold. We go back, and I'll turn and point toward Dredgewater. The town of Dredgewater.
Okay, he looks. He takes that in. And after another moment or two, you see his eyes look at you. Then they look in the direction that you're pointing towards Dredgewater. And recognition, comes over his face. And he nods and says, yes, Dredgewater, yes.
All right, and I stand up, straighten my tabard, and show him the helmet and put it back on my head. And then I'll reach above his head quickly, and pull the dagger out, and then flip it and hand him hilt first the dagger.
Oh,
right.
Okay, all right.
And we go, and I'm my eyes are large, and what could maybe be construed as a smile, right, in this mess of a face.
Okay.
As
all right.
Okay. And I'll kind of turn to lead him, kicking out the fire as I pass, the little fire I made.
Okay. All right. So you head up the path, occasionally turning every so often to make sure that he's behind you, which he is. And you do notice that his eyes are as big as saucers, and his head is constantly swiveling. He's constantly looking around as he stumbles after you.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I'll stop at times and wait for him to come right up. And I'll step right into his face, like I'm scrutinizing every line in his face, his eyes, right? And I'll say, Harold, and then I'll turn around, smile what I can, and again head that direction.
Okay. When you do that, he looks visibly he's confused. He doesn't understand, but
my goal is to convince him that I'm Harold.
I understand.
And my goal is for him to introduce me as Harold.
Have you seen Harold?
It's like, no, I'm now Harold.
So he when you do that, he smiles back at you and nods and says, yes.
Like,
and then waits for you,
little buddy. No problem.
Right.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Right. Just don't kill me.
Yeah. Oh my god.
So let's take this one more step further here. So I would say that what were you guys, like a day out? If not, was it about a day out?
For Wilford and I, we traveled a day further south.
So it was okay. So about you
I
guys
would
are about
say
2 days out at least.
In our condition, there's no way we would be able to get back. I mean, 2 days might be hard at this point because we haven't slept, and obviously Savik is a bit injured. So we're in a bit of a spot.
Okay. So then let me do this then. Let me bounce back to you guys first, and then I'll bounce back. And so I can maybe get a better grasp upon our time coinciding.
Yeah.
Okay.
We designed Dark Age of Man to be able to handle all kinds of different stories, pathways.
Stories, yeah. Okay. So once you guys took in kind of the situation with the Raiders, what was your next move going?
I turned around after I breathed that and looked at Wilford, and I look at him in a knowing glance and look at myself and look back over the line of torches or whatever and the individuals. And Washburn must know now, my friend. But I can't keep up. I can't keep up that pace to get word back to him. I might need to stay here and monitor, and you go back. If you turn and see smoke over your shoulder, I shall rise that alarm whenever they begin to move.
Yeah.
You know?
And I would say, I think what I would do, probably we were crouched right at this point, and I would nod at what you say, but I would mention, follow me, right? And we would kind of scurry over a little bit, and you see at this point it's probably ruins of, it would have been a watchtower that the Romans would have built. But it's mostly in ruins. Most of the stone has been carried off. Some of the larger pieces are still there, but there's enough of a structure. And I, as we kind of get closer to it, I'm like, you could make a camp here. It's actually somewhat of a defensible position. And I kind of move over to a side and I pull out this. It looks like perhaps like a bundle, in deerskin or whatever. And I kind of open it up, and there's, there's like some firewood and, a little bit of like food, probably, like salted meat or something that would have been able to last a little bit.
Let me interject for 1 second.
Yeah.
Because I just rolled a seed a couple minutes ago.
Oh, nice.
You actually see that there has been a campfire there. These ruins.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
This is
and
a bit of a
so
way station.
A ranger cache.
well,
Away
it
meat.
maybe, yeah,
Maybe.
yeah. We don't know, but I'm aware of it. I've stayed there before, so I would have known where the cache or the cache would have been, and it looks like it was maybe undisturbed. However, yes, there is the evidence of a more recent campfire.
Yes.
So I would perhaps, seeing that, be kind of looking around to see if there's any any signs, like a brooch or a buckle or something that may have fallen or been discarded by the people that would have been here.
Okay. You do notice something.
Okay.
No roll needed in this case.
Okay.
You see, perhaps not necessarily discarded, but obviously dropped to the side. You see the glint of a coin.
A coin. Okay.
Would
something to distract the scary man if it's shiny. I can throw
silver
it
would
and-
probably be.
Silver, yeah, sure. I would pick it up for sure, and I would take a look at it and see if I can recognize if there's any, minting on it or whatever.
Okay, so give me a mind roll.
Wow. First roll of the game, and I got a 12.
Nice.
You got a 12? Oh my god!
Yeah,
Okay.
so a 13.
Oh, that's right, critical?
It's a critical success.
Nice.
Well, it's crit either way you cut it.
Okay. All right. Okay. You definitely hold the coin up to the moonlight, Willem, and you see that on one side of the coin is a coat of arms, and on the other side you see that there is I guess the profile, I guess is what you would say, of obviously someone of nobility. And you recognize this as being a coin minted of King Osbert.
Okay, yep. He's not supposed to have coin down here.
Oh, shit.
You scratch that off my
Yeah, that's
my
nice.
seed chart.
That's nice.
I'm so excited if I get to run the next session. I'm just like, yep. Okay, so
Absolutely.
yeah, I would look at it for a minute, and then I would bring it back to Savric, and I would say, "What do you make of this?" And I would show him the thing. And
I take the coin and hold it up to the moonlight. When I'm turning it, I see the profile, and then my head snaps over to Willard and or Willem rather. And
you got closer that time. That was good.
Close.
I take
you sound like Melton.
And open his hand and place it in his hand with an even more so urgency and cup his other hand over it.
Mm-hmm.
This word needs to get to Lord Washburn.
Mm-hmm.
Post haste. Leave now.
Yep.
I'll set the fires if when they begin the march. And then
Light the beacons.
Yeah, then I'll let you go.
If you right. And I'll hesitate just a moment more, and then perhaps I would clasp your forearm, in that way, just to say honor or whatever, and then I would say, I will pray that, actually I wouldn't say that because no, I would say I will hope that I don't see those fires lit, because if I do, that you will have the screaming Danish hordes ascending this hill after you. You stay safe and you stay alive, okay?
I just nod at him.
Yeah.
And then I'll look off in the distance toward Washburn's place. And then Yeah, and I would go, and I would probably turn back once, just to look. This guy who gave me no end of shit for however long, right? But here, it's like, I almost imagine it's like that, code among the Rangers or the Wardens or whatever. Like, what do they say, Rangers? You don't leave a man behind. Like, that's, Yeah. But here we are, and so. we work anyway. I want to see that
except when we team up, and then it's like,
but I want to see that mist just swirling behind you as you leave,
right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's almost down like a hill. Swirl it, and then I disappear into the mist. Yeah. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. King Osbert is the king of Northich, correct?
Yep. King of North.
Yeah. Oh God. Okay, I thought so. And so, I imagine the inner monologue would be, oh my God, we have, these raiders presumably tied to Mort, and now there are people carrying, because I imagine that the coin minted with Osbert's face would be pretty rare. Yeah. As I'm like walking along, and
as you're carrying the evidence in your sweaty palm.
And then I'm thinking how much ale I could get at the tavern with that silver coin.
A lot.
And so I'm trying to decide: do I show this to Lord Washburn because he'll confiscate it,
he
or
will.
do I eat and drink real well?
Right.
And
then
let the rumors swirl about town. Where that came from.
If I delay long and If I delay long enough, then perhaps that bothersome Savric will no longer be my problem. I'm just kidding. Exactly. No. So I would make as much haste as I can, but I think I'm probably running on fumes and on fear at this point. Like I mostly I'm. The scenarios are holy shit. Like we're seeing an invasion here, even if it's a small one. Oh my God, is there a collusion with with our are we going to get hit on two fronts? So
and you would probably be in the fatigued condition too.
But as you're running off,
I think that would make sense. Yeah.
Because you guys are up all night and on the run. Yeah, pretty cool.
Well, as he's running off, I lay back up against the brickwork, the ruin, and say, "Godspeed, Willem," and say your name right for the first time ever.
Now that you don't have to. Right. That's it.
And a great gust of wind blows down from the mountains and propels me at near superhuman speed.
Right.
Oh no, actually, even better, a giant eagle comes along, plucks me out of a tree, and brings me. Why here? What are you doing?
Okay.
All right. Yeah, so
that's good.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I think that's a good spot to go back to our illustrious travelers, or other group of travelers, I should say. Okay.
As we close closer to Dredgewater, the fair, is the fair still going on? The 4-day fair that started all this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
As we might see torches, hear some revelers still up and around. As the closer we get, I will get more and more nervous, maybe slow my pace, drop back to this friend of mine, whether he knows it or not. And I will continue to say Harold, and I'll try to work out, saying it fully, Harold. I'll stop him at one point and grab him, by the bicep, squeezing pretty tight, and reach down for his dagger and inspect it a second, if he'll let me.
He's exhausted, so yes, he's not in any shape to put up any kind of fight. So yes, he allows you to do that. Mm-hmm.
And I'll pull it up, and if this is a quality dagger, because I've got an old ratty dagger, but it wouldn't be necessarily manufactured. It wouldn't have been made necessarily by a quality blacksmith. If it looks like it's
better quality than the one you have,
right?
Yes.
If it just looks more uniform, like it would with my helmet and my tabard, I will take it from him, and I'll pull mine out, sheathe his, and I'll give him my ratty old dagger. Not with a smile, but he'll see now for the first time in my disfigured eyes somewhat of a look of it's me or him.
Okay.
He'll get the message delivered is, if it's between me and him, it's me.
No jokes.
Right? Like, if I have to, I'll kill you, or I'll leave you.
Kill you, yeah.
Right, or I'll rat you out as the imposter, right? I mean, I'm not aware of my own. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm just not aware of it. Right.
Like, if I get too hungry, you're gonna be my snack. I'm just saying. Like,
right.
Okay.
Yeah. He might pick that up. He might not. But that's the message I'm sending. Probably unconsciously, just through my eyes.
Well, you've been as jovial as you would normally be, and for you to suddenly kind of snap back into that almost smoldering form of aggression or subdued aggression, it probably shakes him up a little bit more.
Exactly.
He's like,
whoa,
I forgot this. This Doberman has teeth.
Right.
I forgot about this. We've been around. Okay.
Yeah.
Probably has some form of like bipolar disorder that or whatever the equivalent would be. Yeesh.
Yeah, and I might and to finish it, I might whisper my foul breath right into his face, Harold. Right,
and with that, it finally sinks in, or at least something does.
Right,
and he nods and he says, "Harold, back to you."
And then a smile will somewhat crack across my mouth.
He knows your
mouth, right?
He knows your nuts. Yeah, he's got it.
Okay.
Now.
So I am now AKA Harold. No more Melton.
Okay, all right.
So I've changed the name of my character to Harold.
Okay.
It's official. It's written on the sheet.
It is
Can't
official
change it now. Oh my God, we're playing with a crazy man. This is
crazy.
Is nuts.
As you whisper Harold to him that last time, and he nods back and says it back to you, you hear laughter coming up the you guys are, I'd say, adjacent to now a road. Okay. So you hear laughter and the sounds of travelers moving towards Dredgewater.
Okay.
So not a maniacal laughter.
And I will go into an attempted, as I have spied on Dredgewater from the tree line, I have watched how these soldiers march around and conduct themselves. I will kind of straighten up best I can with my twisted back and try to look like an official as I, begin and almost practicing walking like, a soldier, right? And I might glance back at Harold with a smile once in a while, like, how am I doing? Right?
And he's
like
kind of keeping...
how you used to pretend your toy soldiers would march before you actually lost your mind or whatever.
What he would consider a safe distance away from you, even though it's not really.
No, right.
And you turn to him, and whenever you turn to him, he smiles back at you and nods,
Okay.
as if his life depended on it.
Yeah, and then I'll have to catch the helm as it wants to fall off my head.
Yeah.
Right,
yeah.
and again, I have no idea how distorted and damaged I look. Right, I mean, my character would have no idea. Right.
Oh yeah. So as you guys move up the road, you guys basically catch up to a group of travelers, brightly dressed, and making a lot of noise. You hear a lot of laughter. You hear the sounds of bells jingling. You see that they're pulling 2 carts with them. The carts are draped with brightly colored fabrics.
Okay.
So that's kind of what you see. And after a moment or two, you see one of the travelers turns and actually spots the 2 of you and waves, greetings.
Yeah.
At the 2 of you.
And I will thrust a hand into the air. Harold! And I'll head for the bells and the brightly colored, because it's a chance for me to embrace this world that I've never been free to embrace. So I'm gonna go right for the jingling bells and almost hands out, like, I want to touch those.
Yeah, like a child. Yeah, you're a wonderment. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Wow.
No, this is really it's like tragic. It's really kind of sad if you think about it. Like, I don't know. This poor bastard.
Yeah, but
I told you it would be a challenge. That is a nervous laugh from our GM there, our presenter. It is. I told you this would be a challenge. This would be a challenge for both of us.
What do you call it? You better not entertain him, but you better keep him happy. Like I say. You don't want to piss him off.
This creates a very complicated social situation.
Yeah, kind of like how Frankenstein is.
Right.
Yeah,
that's a good example. Yeah, right.
It is.
I never thought of that. Frankenstein. That's right.
I just want you to love me.
Right. I'd like snap your neck. So Harold moves in quickly, descending upon the 1 cart in the rear, which is, like I said, is being pulled, and there's a old woman, with kind of her head shawled a little bit, that's sitting in the wagon, and as you approach, she turns and sees you, and she smiles at you as you approach, and the cart, like I said, has all kinds of colorful fabrics on it and everything. Bells that are hanging from it. It's very festive. The wheels of the cart are painted in different colors, or the spokes are painted in different colors, or I guess they would be wheels. They wouldn't be. And you see that also in this retinue, this group of people. You see that some of the travelers are like occasionally doing like feats of kind of like acrobatics. Someone might do a cartwheel on occasion. And they're laughing and this, that, and the other as they're traveling.
Yeah, I mean this is like greater than I ever imagined. I've not seen this before. This is like, holy cow! I put on this hat. I wear this this is like the world suddenly opened to me, like Disneyland, right?
Yeah, it's like you've always wanted to go to the fair, but your mom always said no, and now you finally get to go.
World of pure imagination.
Yeah.
Yeah. And clearly Von Mort spies.
I mean, I will literally grab colored fabric, a bell, and pull it away from the wagon. I want
Ooh, is it a shiny bell?
Right.
Like, is it well polished and
Yes,
there you go.
Right.
And it makes noise.
Forgetting completely that I'm supposed to be a soldier, kind of.
Yeah. So the old woman turns, and sees you basically like just enthralled, by the fabrics and the bells tinkling, and she says, well, you really wouldn't notice, but for our sake, she kind of like her brow furrows for a moment, and she says, child, she says, come closer, and she waves her hand, beckons.
Yeah, and I'll as I realize she's talking to me, and I'll look up with this fabric and a bell if indeed I pull them free. Eyes big smile, and I'll walk toward her, with this crazy kind of happy, childlike, as I shake the bell and right.
Yeah, the carts aren't moving. They're being manually pulled. They're not moving very fast.
Right.
One of the guys that's pulling the cart turns to look at you, and with a look of concern on his face, he glances at the old woman, and she the hand up, and he says, okay, or if you're sure, and she leans over, reaches into a sack next to her, and she pulls out something that basically it looks like, well, it's the reddest and plumpest and juiciest looking strawberry you've ever seen in your life.
Okay.
This strawberry
maybe
is
the only strawberry you've ever seen in your life.
Well, yeah, that's
right?
right.
I mean, outside of like a picture book or
he's
something.
been in the wild, so he might have,
Right, yeah.
he might have seen. I don't know.
Yeah,
He's seen a
that's true,
berry
fair.
before.
Yeah, the smile continues as I get right up to her with my bell, and I'll reach, and I'm assuming Joff has taken a chance, or Josh, what is his name? Joff? I'm imagining Joff, the minute I was preoccupied, took off sprinting towards Dredgetown, right? I mean, I'm assuming Joff's like, the minute I get caught up with this, he's like gone.
You're not. You aren't worried about him right now.
Right. And I will reach out for the strawberry.
Okay. Oh yeah. So she allows you to snatch it from her, from her outstretched hand. Okay. And it's you take a bite of it or?
Oh no, it's in the mouth. Whole thing's in the mouth. I'm chewing it.
Oh man,
with the cleft lip, it's strawberry juice running down my chin and spitting out because it's cleft. So my lips are damaged, and so it's like you see everything I eat.
He just ate the witch's fruit. Now he's gonna turn half man, half goat. He's gonna be
greedily eating it.
Terrifying.
With my bell and my red, beautiful red scarf, right?
Yeah, we're gonna call you Goat Boy from now on.
Yeah, right. So she laughs at this, as you're just enjoying the pure emotion of eating this strawberry,
and mouthful. Stuff's Harold. Harold was spitting strawberry back at her as I say Harold 3 or 4 times.
Okay, all right, okay, that's fine. So she laughs in this kind of like just melodic, just open laugh.
Yeah, I might actually flashback to my childhood when the pagan woman took me in.
Okay,
I might have some flashbacks, right? I might think of. I haven't heard that, and since she's been dead, who knows how long, right?
Okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah. So she holds a hand out, beckoning you to come sit on the cart with her.
Yeah, and I'll at this point I'll look around, watching the carnival, the jugglers, the tumblers. Excuse me, the tumblers. Yeah, and I'll look around, and then I will grab her hand, and quickly, a little more agile than I might look, up into the wagon and plop down.
Okay.
Examining now the bell and watching everything, and with the scarf. I might wipe the strawberry juice, with the scarf from my face.
Okay. Okay.
Right.
Okay. And you now, along with this group of revelers, travel up the road and into Dredgewater.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
And this is like mission accomplished. I mean, I'm thinking I'm home. I've achieved the thing. Look, it worked. The helmet, the tabard, and I'm in.
You're in now.
Because that had to be why I couldn't get in before. Why I couldn't. Yeah. Right. That's
very interesting.
So I'm thinking my plan has succeeded. It's beyond my wildest dreams.
Nice. Okay. All right. Okay. So Sam, let's go to you. Let's go to Willem. What's Willem? What's his stratagem?
I mean, I would be making with all haste to try to get back to, like, this is like that, the runner at marathon, like he's running to get back to Athens to tell him the Persians are coming, like that kind of nonsense. He's doing his 26.2 miles as fast as he possibly can. Because again, Will thinking, like, oh my God, we could be facing an invasion on two fronts. So we got
dramatic.
Hold up behind these walls and hope that we can do something.
Oh,
not
wow.
me, I don't think walls, but the rest
if his body can handle it, he might not. You know what I mean? He could.
Well, that's the thing. I'm gonna go as hard and as far as I can. My intention is to go the entire, not necessarily run, because I know I can't run that far, but
yeah.
As quickly as I can. But I'll push myself.
Wow.
For sure.
Okay. You find yourself finally at the outskirts of town. From the signs of things, the festival is still going on. Okay. You let's see. Hang on one.
He's been running for 2 days, right?
Even I know, right?
Well, I think it wouldn't have been 2 days if I was making haste. I was kind of thinking 2 days if we were traveling together. You would probably have to go a little slower. It's probably, I would probably just about drop dead.
We probably have another day left of festivities, probably. Okay.
Yeah. So I would say I probably maybe get there just like as dawn is breaking or something, and
that's
like
fine.
But at this point we've probably been up for 48 hours or something.
Yeah, you're about to drop.
Oh yeah, you basically drag yourself.
I'm tough.
You drag yourself.
You're now battered.
There.
That's the way I see it.
Now you're battered.
It's
battered.
You're battered now.
Yeah.
Feet hurt. Bloodied
let
feet.
me ask you this: Can I make a body roll to see if perhaps that feat that I would have been able to weather that in an impressive fashion?
It's like a combat roll. It's like a combat roll.
Or would you be like, there's no way you're just gonna be like, you've worn your
given.
Yeah. So I don't know.
It's gonna be tough. So I'll say
that's
9.
fine. Okay,
Nice.
9. Thank you.
Nice.
Yeah, I expect it to be tough. I just want to see if I can do it.
Yeah, it's nice.
Nope, I can't.
Okay.
I think at this point, like I'll say that maybe the Rangers were a little bit better equipped. I would have had leather boots,
sure,
which would be really nice for this time. I think maybe like on my right boot, the pinky toe is like kind of sticking out. There's literally I like wore a hole, and it's like a little bloody because I've been just like walking, and then you would see like I probably would. I mean, I would just be like drenched in sweat, but I'd be like shivering at this point because it's like the sun will just be coming up, so I imagine it's a little chilly, right? Bedraggled, like I'm literally like kind of stumbling the last few steps. Yeah. I'll put myself at battered.
A voice challenges you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you see a guardsman.
Yeah.
Comes walking up.
It's not one of the derpy ones, right? No. Just kidding.
No. You run through all those guys.
Yeah. I think at first, I would respond back, but I don't think my voice. I think
right.
I haven't talked in a while, so my voice and then I would and I would be like, "It's I, Willem of Dredge, the Lord's Ranger. I must speak to Lord Washburn immediately."
So you see the guardsman comes into view and walks up towards you. Okay. And
hey, Will, how's it going?
You're right. Hey, dude, where you been? You notice that he wipes his mouth on his sleeve and wipes his hands on the front of his tourniquet or jerkin or whatever. And you get the smell of strawberries strongly from him. Okay. He says,
"My name is Harold."
Right?
I'm kidding.
That would be funny.
Harold. And then I would recognize you, and I would
that would have been great. That would have been
great again. And like, damn it, not again.
He's got a big shiny star on. With the red ribbon. Don't forget the ribbon. You gotta have the ribbon.
In a day, he's ascended to the sergeant. He's like a non-com. Yeah. Oh my God.
Harold now.
All right.
The legend of Harold.
He says his lordship that you were not to seen until after the festivities.
No.
He'll have one day left.
And I try to, with much exasperation, not trying to hide it at all, I would say, "Well, his lordship can wait, but he may be visited by a horde of Danes before the festivities are out, if he does."
Okay, give me a prestige roll.
Okay.
And you're acting. You may be drunk, or just adult-minded.
Drunk all strawberry wine. Yeah.
Right. So give me a 7 or better.
Oh, okay. I rolled a 9, so
nice.
Okay.
Yeah. So I got a 10 total. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. So he hesitates and says, "My lord's orders are my orders," but he says,
"I don't care what your lord's orders are. Let me in." And then I literally will fall down on my knees because I can't. I'm trying.
Exhausted.
This is
just
all
exhausted.
I got. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Open the gates.
Nice.
I don't know if we've established that there's any kind of a specific leech that is here or whatever. But,
I don't like where this is going.
Well, you're not a pagan, so you should be okay.
Well,
remember we talked about that before?
that hasn't been established. But anyway, yeah, I'm not. No leeches. If I gotta pray to get my healing, I'll do it.
Take him to the leech pool. Yeah,
I've had good luck with that personally.
Yeah.
The last campaign, so I'll try it again.
So Willem, you awaken.
Oh shit!
And,
okay.
You are in you're in a bed. Okay. The room is the only light coming in is through one small window. Okay, and you see that there's a figure that is sitting next to you to your bedside. Okay, and you feel better. Also, on a table next to you is a bowl of some type of soup. You know, like a thin soup. You see pieces of like carrot in there, and
Yeah.
I think there is such a thing as strawberry soup.
It's literally all they have. They don't have any other food right now except strawberries.
It's a strawberry festival. Yeah.
Right.
Strawberry festival.
And as you change position, the figure who was actually had a large book on his lap closes the book with a snap and turns to you, and you see that it is your old companion Faustus that is sitting there.
Oh, okay. And I suppose that at this point, I would kind of croak out, "Water! I need water."
Okay. Yeah, he kneels
or actually,
down.
probably not water. I don't know if it would be safe to drink water, but whatever, right? Beer, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Beer. Give me beer.
He produces a ladle from somewhere, right?
Or imitating life. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Puts it to your lips. And he says, eat slow. Oh.
Yeah. And I would. And then I would kind of look up, and my eyes would kind of come back into focus, right? And then recognizing who this is, I might get like a little bit of a grin as much as I can, in my sort of half stupor, right? And I'd be like, good to see you're still alive. I wasn't sure if that was going to be your condition when I returned.
He smiles and says, I've had to stake my I've had to fight for my survival since you've been gone. That's for certain. And you see he kind of rubs a wrist, and you see like the wear and tear of possibly where a shackle may have been.
Oh yeah, okay. I would grimace at that, and then I would kind of look around, trying to figure out where I am. Would this be like? Does this look like the nicely adorned quarters of a lord, or perhaps more the sparse chamber of like a church?
You are in the what I guess we could say that there must be like some sort of a slight barracks of some sort, not a full blown, it's
okay.
I guess it would be kind of like a slight barracks area where the men
like,
may have to
the like sort of infirmary area of the barracks. Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Very Spartan,
Yeah. I'd be like I would kind of come back to reality and realize the and I'm like, how long have I been out?
He says until it's been at least a half of a day.
Okay.
You were
and then
curious. You've been talking in your adult, your sleep.
What did I say? I swear.
He spoke of a bear.
Yes. Oh, yes. Okay. I did not soil my trousers. If I said that was a dream.
You spoke of a bear, and you spoke of Belverick.
Yeah. And I get this kind of haunted look on my face for a minute when you say that, and I said, yes, well, he haunts my dreams, but I have more important matters. I would dig in my pockets or whatever, looking to see if the coin that I picked up is anywhere there. Do I have it on me?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay,
Fine.
so I would pull it out and I would hand it over to Faustus, and I would say, "We found this in a campsite near where, on the border between our Lord's land and the area that Von Mort occupies, and that was after running from a Danish raiding party." And I would recount what Redbeard would have said, right? And I would say, "You have to warn the Lord. He has to call the Fjord. He has to prepare a defense."
He says, "Where is Savric?"
And I think at this point, like, I'm like almost like falling, like passing out, right? And I would say he's at the old Roman watchtower.
Okay. That's about as much as you can get out.
Yeah. Okay. That may or may not mean anything. Although if you're a more learned man, you may know the history and geography, so perhaps that would mean something to Faustus.
You stated roughly the area that you guys were in, and then you said the watchtower there.
Yeah,
so
the watchtower, the old Roman watchtower. Yeah,
yeah, that sounds like a landmark. To me.
So and then I think maybe at that point, I wouldn't exactly be unconscious, but I might be sort of delirious to the point that, like, I'm saying words, but they don't make any sense. You know. Mm-hmm. I'm speaking in tongues. It's an ancient Aramaic. But yeah, so all of a sudden I start cursing in Danish, and it's like, what? No.
Oh. Okay. All right. So he firmly pushes you back and says, tells you to rest, and I will his lordship here, and let him know what you have said.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would have to be like, make haste.
Okay.
You must go fast.
Okay. All right. Okay. Elle, we're coming to you. Hang on one more second.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, so Jason, Harold, having been taken in by, let's see here. Her name is Frith. Frith.
Frith. Frith.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
She's a witch. Don't. That's a witch name. I know it.
So this is a group of obviously entertainers that are here for the festival.
Okay.
And they immediately came in. There's a more or less almost like a campground where they can set up their tents and everything.
Right. Sure.
And they immediately spread out amongst the revelers to earn as much coin as they can.
Yeah.
And Frith seems to be their matriarch.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Awesome. And I will basically stay close to her and take in all of the. We'll take in all of the sights. Handle all the things I can. I might try to keep as much stuff piling into my arms as I, grab things. Follow her around and stay close. I might at some point take the helmet off and start filling it with things, trinkets and things.
Well, she tries to convince you to actually change into some garb that is similar to the things that her troop is wearing. Would Harold be?
Well, I'll tell her, and she suggests it. Harold. But if they are colorful, I mean, she shows them to me. If they're colorful, and because I'm wearing already furs and then a tabard of this. Yeah, I mean, immediately when I see this beautiful color, I'll start dropping stuff and taking off my and I'll take it and try to fit it on however I can, and big smile. Right.
So she applauds you as you do so, and she's like, "Oh, Harold, you are the most handsome handsome gentleman here."
Yeah, he doesn't know what that means, but when he hears Harold, when he looks at her, and Harold, yes, yes, and I'll dance a little bit, right? It's dawning on me that she now believes I'm Harold, despite.
Well, she doesn't know any different.
Right, despite the gear, right? It's like, oh, yeah, right. Yeah, she gets it. I'm Harold without this stuff, right? So, yeah, so I'm thrilled. Right. She knows I'm Harold, right? Yeah.
Okay. All right, okay. So you will basically trail her around, and you, as you follow her around, you see that she basically goes to different spots where her troop members are, and basically collects what they have.
Okay.
Money that they have earned.
Right, gotcha.
Okay. And as she walks around, and every so often she will produce another lovely strawberry.
Okay.
For you.
No.
Okay.
If the nice lady offers you candy,
don't and of course I eat the strawberry greedily, right? There's no reason for me not to, right? Yeah, no reason for me not to. So I'm enjoying watching her meet the people, and I'll stop and watch the tumblers and the. I'm sure there's music and things, and it is quite literally. It's another world than living in the cold forest most of my life.
Mm-hmm. And you notice that some of her troop they walk around. Especially there's a pair of sisters.
Mm-hmm.
They walk around together, and one of them will do almost basically magic tricks, and right. has like a puppet, that she performs for the people, and the other sister, you see her basically walk through the crowd and point and say, "Oh, look!"
Mm-hmm.
And you see that she hugs the people,
mm-hmm.
As she's walking through the crowd.
Right. Okay, yeah.
She's very, very hands-on.
Yeah,
very
right. Gotcha. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Has no idea. Right, but very friendly, and amazed that I was not treated this way before I came in.
I bet she's from Frankia. They're all freaks down there.
Yeah, they're making their annual wages right now.
Yeah, right. And we will we'll fade away from Harold as we see Joff. Watching you
right. Oh God,
from a distance.
Right.
Okay.
He's literally keeping tabs on you. Oh no,
looking none too pleased with what's going on. Okay. All right. Okay, Dale. All right. So, okay, we'll go back a little bit. You thanks to Willem's Ranger stash that he shared with you, you are able to, work on basically regaining your strength a little bit,
Oh, yeah. I've parsed it out and tried to regain my health while looking over my shoulder and keeping an eye on troop movements and trying to catch anything I can hear, you know what I mean, as far as like coming up.
You definitely notice that you have seen a handful of Mort's men ride into the encampment, or I'll just call it the encampment. Where Redbeard is. You're not sure exactly what they are discussing. Because basically, for you to really get too close, they jeopardize your position, and it wouldn't.
I don't mean directly words, but like maybe the building up of any kind of formations or war cries or anything. I'm looking for that to signal me like they're about to strike out. You know what I mean? On march.
You do see that on occasion, You do see that their raiders do leave and head northward, pretty much up that road into the forest, into your lord's lands.
I don't really know how to count so much as I do.
Oh wow! Okay.
You know what I mean? Like
handful. Count with as many as you have fingers, and then that.
No, I mean,
yeah,
I can count. Yeah, like that just by measure of like a lot versus like, you
wouldn't consider it a war party. If anything, you would still consider them to be raiding parties, in your experience.
Gotcha.
But
parties plural.
A lot. Yes. To Mort and Osford.
You've seen more than one. Yes.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Listen,
and they seem to be more coming in, but some of them going out. Do I see any returning that went out before? Like,
yes, rotation.
Because I'm here for like 2 days watching this. Hopefully, I can stay
rotation. In. Let's call it what it is. If it looks like a war party and it acts like a war party,
yeah. That's all I'm doing is trying to take an assessment.
They're raiders until they wage war. Then they become a war party.
Yes.
Well, in those 2 days, you have not seen anything that looks like "quote unquote" reinforcements, like they're building, but they're definitely scouting. How about that?
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Okay, that's what I'm getting. That's what I'm getting feelings for. I was also wanting to say, like, I'm looking for any construction of boats or any, because you can carry the boats over land. You know what I mean? Or out to waters. Am I anywhere near the river dredge?
Not at. I would say yes. Sure. Yes, you are. Yeah. Without having a direct map set in my mind, I think that from a strategic point, it would make sense that yes, that answers it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So
because why should they be landlocked? It wouldn't make sense for them to be landlocked. So yeah.
Correct. And I'm just looking to assess whether they're going to be partially attacking via the river or land.
I get it.
You know, if an attack is
hang on, I'll tell you. Tell you 1 second.
You're rolled at that.
Yeah, I am. Yeah. Okay.
Nice.
You do not see any new construction of any ships, but you do see a flat-bottomed, basically a coast hugger that is there within sight.
Okay.
Nice.
If I can during that time, especially at night, I'll try to get any kind of wood together. Mm-hmm. I know that there was a fire there before, but also like more wood, enough to strike one if I need to set a beacon.
Oh, okay, yeah. So you can always go out at under nightfall or whatever, and try to either forge or maybe even cut some, get some branches, larger branches, and collect them. Yeah. You can do that. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's how I'll be, occupying my time while I'm trying to heal. So where would the beacon be if needed?
Well, it's going to be at the highest part.
That hill that you guys came across, where you came from?
Yeah, where I'm at. I'm a little for me as far as like...
or the top of the ruins where you're at.
Oh, yeah, that's what I mean. I was going to ask about the top of the roof, how far it went up, but...
I mean, I imagined there wouldn't be any kind of like, it wouldn't actually be a watchtower. It would, but you guys can do whatever you want with it. But the way I kind of pictured it in my head was that it is the kind of collapsed remnants of what would have been a watchtower, because I imagine most of the good stone would have already been carted off.
Oh, you did say that. So, yeah, you did say that.
Yeah, so it'd be kind of like broken stone, but there might be like a little like curve of a wall that's still standing, and it's like embarrassing how sturdy it is compared to what you're used to. Even for this ruined thing, like
the way I'm envisioning it, because people didn't get anywhere near those kind of things because they thought either sorcerers or Cyclops built them. So they would, whenever the Anglo-Saxon got there, they would build outside of the Roman settlements. You know what I mean? As far as getting the pill for the stone or whatever. So this might offset and keep them away from higher areas where I don't have that in me. Now, you believe in the Woden.
That's cool.
But we went up there. You know what I mean? So I don't see it being... I see it being, like you're saying, where you could effectively go up there as being halfway torn down. So what I had in my mind is like maybe not a second floor on it. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah.
So just kind of a half moon encasement that I'm. Yeah. But they see not fitting to commandeer.
Okay.
Yeah. Because some of us are paranoid and whatnot. So that's where I'll be setting that fire up.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. And I think, gentlemen, we will end it there.
Nice.
I think that is a
nice. And I would say if it's been like 2 days, Savrin would probably have healed. Back.
He will.
He
will. I just wanted to.
Yeah. Because you had arrested mostly for those 2 days.
I wanted Sam's character to look out that window and see that fire.
Yeah.
the smoke trail coming up. And it shut that down. It's like, oh, crap.
Well, I mean, honestly, I think that I
you could roll
put
over
enough seeds there, if I do it or someone else wants to do it, we got plenty of ammunition.
I love it, man. Awesome.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
I don't mind taking on the next one.
Somebody, that's what I'm saying. Somebody will if they actually strike out on the move.
Yeah.
This is gonna be a Hansel and Gretel nightmare.
Yeah, that was awesome though, David. That was fantastic.
That was great.
It was. I really enjoyed that. It was engaging. And like even when I say that, I know we don't need to do that because it would be cool. Mm-hmm. It's just that's how exciting the session was. You're going, oh man, that would be if it went in this direction or that direction. Mm-hmm. But that's
that's I have to that's very tempting when you guys say stuff like that because I'm very tempted to just go. That's what exactly happens. Let's go. But
you don't need to do it because you get more enjoyment out. All of this that happens is totally not scripted.
Yeah.
Right. You know what I mean? Nothing's.
That's right.
And
you just roll it. You don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
My seed chart.
You bonk Harold and you take his clothes and what? Like,
yeah, I know.
Yeah. I love the fact when he said he was changing his name at that point.
Yeah.
Yep.
He convinced his character
my God.
that he made a change.
He was giving your character a run for the money, Dale. That's all I gotta say, man. Jason was on a roll.
I mean, Harold may have found a new home. I don't know what else I'm going to do with him. He's found his home, right? I may have to retire Harold and do another character, right?
Well,
what else would he do?
He's a carny now,
Here's the thing, right? You know how I like to, get inside the minds of these characters. So I'll definitely be asking, stuff about that. But I know it worked out really well too because I think if like my character is sort of incapacitated at the moment, right, then we can easily sort of
because Faustus is taking a coin, the evidence. He's literally, I can see him passing through the halls of the manse with his coin in his hand, right, as he's headed toward Washburn. Right, with fresh reminders of being punished for his last excursion. The first thing I can see Faustus. First thing is, pardon me, my lord. Don't shoot the messenger.
Right.
We have a coin from Northage on the southern borders. Yeah. I mean, I can just see him saying, "Please, First Lord, don't kill me for this information."
See, it might get harder to do because coins were mainly minted. I mean, historically for large transactions. For kings and whatnot, nobles, it wasn't used by the common folk. Right. It was just like trade and whatnot. So, but for you,
that
means somebody was paid by the king.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what that means. That means somebody paid for an army. Period. Right.
Exactly. It was a transaction between nobles. Is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, a transaction of some sort.
Yeah, somebody didn't just drop a nickel in these dirt. Right?
Yeah. These are the southern lands of Washburn's domain. So. Not the northern land, so that's even worse. It's like, ugh.
It's that Dangeld.
Mm-hmm. But as soon as, exactly,
What was you saying, David, about your seeds?
The first one I rolled when you guys were still in the forest when Redbeard. Well, first of all, I wasn't really sure who the second group that blew the horn. I wasn't sure what those guys were going to be.
That's right.
I didn't know if they were going to be bandits. I didn't know if they were going to be Mord's guys. I didn't know if they were. I didn't know what they were going to be.
Yeah.
So I basically rolled. I asked I asked the question, are these guys, are these Mortsmen? No.
Yeah.
And I said, are they bandits? Yes. I said, well, what kind of bandits are they?
Yeah.
Are they actually? I said, are they? I don't want to give too much away, but I got to Raiders, and I was like, okay, that makes sense, fine, And at the same time, I'm building my seed table as I'm doing this.
Wow.
And the first seed I rolled was occupied bandit encampment.
Oh, nice.
That was the first thing I rolled.
Oh, geez.
That's perfect.
So I said, that's crazy.
It ties perfectly in, yeah.
Yeah. So then we went through there, and then the next thing I rolled, where was it at here? Encampment. We did that. Oh, the next thing I rolled was like a wild animal encounter, but it didn't really make didn't really make any sense to me. I didn't see a good place for it, so I said, you know what? No, I'm not gonna do that. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
And
you had that when Melton turned into Harold, right? Like he was the wild animal.
Yeah.
Well, I was
See, all those, even if they're peripheral, we can hear a report about that.
That's right.
Later on, somebody
or you just hold it in your pocket until it makes complete sense.
Until it makes sense. Yeah. And then there was where is it at? The old campfire.
Right.
Coin bearing King Alfred. That was just weird the way that popped up,
awesome.
At that time, because basically what I was doing was, as you guys pretty much progressed through each kind of like scene, so to speak. That's when I rolled my seeds. I said, okay, so they resolved this pretty much. So possibly what may be on the next horizon, and I would roll. And then that popped up, and I said, how can that? It's almost crazy how perfect that is.
That's what's so cool about it. What ends up happening is they all become, you don't prepare a story, all of these seeds start to fit together like a puzzle, and we begin to see, there might be, so these raiders are here, but they're here maybe on the coin of, maybe not, but it all starts to fit together, and as players kind of say, oh, damn, this is paid mercenary army coming to raid. That ain't what you wrote, but it is because it manifests in all of our minds at the same time. It's legit.
And I tried not to be overly specific, I tried to just be, kind of not vague, but just more general.
I mean, the seeds are for you, but the irony is we end up making sense of the seeds that end up becoming the truth, so to speak.
Yeah. And then I had a group of entertainers heading to Dredge to the festival.
Nice.
Fortune tellers, snake oil, and pickpockets.
Yep,
there you
exactly.
Go. That just worked. And then the other one was, I guess, Jason, you started talking about, I can't think of the lady's name, but someone was raiding her strawberry fields or her strawberry patches.
Oh, right.
That was from that first, very first session.
Yeah.
And I put that in there. And that came up. So,
That's awesome.
Yeah, so it was really interesting how it worked out that way.
Oh,
I love those aha moments when you just connect. I call them connecting the dots. You go, when you go, oh my god, and it feels really like it's
organic. It feels completely organic.
It's mostly Jason's fault when you say, "Oh my god."
It feels, and it just feels so organic as it all occurs, and as we interact with it, and then the next seed makes total sense as it's introduced.
So I think that was like 4 rolls. That was all I needed.
And I love how it's like you can really just like. I know for me as a in this as a presenter or a game master, right, where like those seeds start to bloom, right, and then like all of a sudden your mind just starts exploding. But what's cool is like you're able to sort of
I said it was like
you don't have to bring it back. Well, no, but because you start thinking about this and that, but then I know for me that happens. I'm like, oh, what if they do this? But then they'll do something completely crazy, and I'll be and it's great because it sort of focuses you back on this like path.
Yep.
But it's not a path that you've designed. It's a path that you've all kind of
Well, and look what's grown, and
stumbled upon,
and look what's grown from a few random seeds. We have an actual invading, slaving army that's probably in cahoots with Mort or the king, and they're getting paid legitimate silver. And that now is that could be an inciting incident. That can be a major dilemma for the next session. New seeds. I know. And those are things now that's true. That's in the world now, and shit, that's legit. Yeah. We got a potential. It's just when is it going to enact, or when are we going to? It's just amazing. And so this campaign writes it prepares itself as we all play.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. I mean, that would become your next session would be major dilemma. The southern border houses an impending war party, right? Of Danes, right? And then it got a whole new inciting incident. Boom, right? Saverick could be back in Dredgewater. You can start the session. Inciting incident is the Witten fights. The inciting incident could literally be an argument at the Witten about raising the Fjord against this phantom army, right? That's your inciting incident, and everybody's at the Witten arguing for getting the Fjord on its feet, right?
Yeah, on its feet.
You see how I played the character like Saverick. I knew, like, from the first time I talked to him, that he was from the Slavic area and has worked his way over there. Like, that's part of his repute of why he gained, like, he's all mysterious and crap.
The mysterious foreigner,
Yeah, when you said this guy's there, and I just rolled to find out if I knew him or recollected him. I had to recollect him in that area. Traveled that way, just like 2 + 2 to me.
Yeah.
And it put me on a different thing. Like, no, we're dealing with something critical.
Yep.
So it elevated the danger level and potential why they would bring this guy into this thing, which elevated the status of it. That's what I'm saying. It's crazy. And you didn't implement that.
Nope. When you make a roll,
my character's history, my character's history,
Yep.
all of this, man, it's like gears and the teeth.
Yeah, it's just a raiding party.
And they help turn each other.
That's right. When it's just a raiding party, but when your character says, "Do I know this man?" and you succeed, and David says yes, well, for you to know him, he has to be more than that. And shit, we've now elevated this guy to something greater than just a raider, right?
And and
it comes from a successful question and a successful die roll. So David's like, well, I mean, now we have to give the guy repute. We have to make him valuable.
Right.
And now we got some serious stuff to do.
And that's just me playing my character genuinely according to the concept of my character and the die rolls that inform it.
And because David is naive, and you say, who is this man? I don't know. Let's roll and see. But if he fails, you don't know him. He could just stay a raider. Or, okay, we got to give you something, right, for that positive roll. It's amazing. Yeah.
Like Sam said, you can't, your mind goes everywhere, but it focuses in on, because you're playing in tandem with the other people at the table. That's why the presenter is like naive of what's going on, because it's player led.
That's right.
And
it's not writer's room. We're not all agreeing on the story. It's these things occur. None of us make any conclusions about it until the conclusions are reached through the dice. The dice roll.
I can narrate it at arm's length within my character's plausibility and interaction with the world. So I said, this is where I know I'm from. And this is how it manifests.
It's sort of that pure form of like yes and yes but, right? Like it's sort of the exact manifestation of that. I think improvisational
role play.
Right, exactly. It's that improv style thing where you riff off of what just happened and it's and I know obviously, and Jason, we've talked about this at length, but like that's my preferred style for sure. Yeah. And I know that David likes that too with all the Fate games and everything that you run, like and so it's really fun when you get a group of players that are all in that mindset. Because like your wheels will start turning and you'll start heading down in your own mind one way, and then all of a sudden, you're like, "Whoa, God, I never would have thought of that. That's cool." Right. And now you're going down this way, and then it turns again, and you're like,
and we're still achieving the number one goal, right? We're rolling dice, and we are playing to find out, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And David or whoever's presenting the game still gets to create this inciting incident and these RSCs that we don't know when or how they're going to come up. and we don't know when or how. We don't. He may not even know the context in which they're going to present themselves in session until he rolls the dice.
Yeah, so light bulbs go off all the time. Yeah, I want to congratulate you about handling 3 different.
Oh, dude,
different parties.
Yeah.
Hey, my pleasure. Glad it worked out.
And that's the other thing. Del and I consciously said we want our game in such a way that you could have Han Solo and Princess Leia off doing something while Luke is doing something while that means we gotta do a hey, pause here a second, guys, we're gonna go back to and they might cross paths, they might work together, but from an oddly we could all end up somewhat together, but from an oddly different place, like Lord of the Rings. We're all fighting the orcs, but from totally different places, right? In the world.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. There's
I'm gonna have to run.
Oh yeah. Hey David, fantastic, brother. That was great, man.
Yeah.
Thanks again.
Enjoyed
guys.
it early.
We'll pass the torch to Sam for the next one. All right.
All right.
I've already written down 9 scenes. Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah. You could do that. Pass those RSCs over.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Well, and I was going to say because you had stated that you kind of wanted this to be like an official chronicle in which some of the mechanics are explained to help an audience. And so, to me, I was thinking a lot about like early on when we were discussing like what is the potential barrier to entry, right, to playing in this or to running this game, right? And I think, what's really interesting to me is that, I've been running games long enough that I have the confidence to be able to improvise and come up with content on the fly, which actually I prefer. But it's interesting. I would really love to see how an experienced role player who, let's say, traditionally, Dungeons and Dragons maybe traditionally ran modules, right? Like I wonder how they would be able to go from that highly structured environment. Like you got, where where the railroad goes because it goes from here to there to this, where we're literally building the tracks as we're, going down them. Like,
that's right.
And thinking like it could be really intimidating for not I can't even just say the presenter, because really it falls on everybody at the table to be able to come up with that in the moment.
For
like,
Dark Age of Man, exactly.
Right.
For this particular game, Dark Age of Man, to really shine, the players have to play. I mean, if there's 5 of us at the table, that's 25% each. We all have to do our 25%. The presenter is just aware of, again, certain things that we aren't aware of. But I mean, it was my job to involve Milton, and it's my job to somehow express the role play, or even if I have to say, listen, I'm trying to convince this guy that I'm Harold, and he needs to join. He needs to pay attention. He needs to understand how important it is that I'm Harold, or I'm going to have to kill him. I'm going to have to strangle him out here in the forest. Because I'm literally thinking I'm going to waltz into Dredgewater just because I'm sporting the gear and I'm calling myself Harold, right? So if I have to say that to the GM so it's clear, that's okay. But maybe I can express it through just role play. But communication becomes
exactly.
And Dell, the perfect example. Dell saying, "Do I know this man?" Now a simple die roll is going to make him either no, you don't, but that can tell David that means he's still just a raider because I rolled a raider. But because he says, "Oh yeah, you do," now he's got to come up with, well, why would you know him? Because he's a badass slave and raider, and he ain't good. He ain't good.
Yeah.
And instantly, everything ramps up to another level of conflict, another level of drama, right?
Right. And what's interesting is like when in a lot of games, when you're the game master, you have the scaffolding, right? And it's fairly well defined, right? But you can do that a little bit in this game with the seeds. So like I'll give some examples. I may or may not use these, but one of the seeds that I was thinking of is the real Harold is still alive.
Yeah.
That's pretty
Right.
clear about what that is.
Right.
But then I also wrote down blood red strawberries. You know, because they were mentioned so much, and so. But I specifically wrote blood red because it gives it a little bit of flavor. So that in a moment, if I rolled that, I could be like, where do I want to go with this?
It sparks your imagination, right?
Yeah. And so, like, I would encourage anyone who is planning to run this game, you know, you can do a single word, right? Like, I put dragons on here.
Yeah.
I'm probably not going to introduce an actual dragon, but maybe. Yeah. It depends. Yeah. Or it might,
Rumors
it might
dragon.
be some kind of, you know, or it could be, the prows of Viking ships, right? So, it like... But that's what you'd want to keep in mind if you're kind of planning on running this is give yourself some seeds that are logical, that make sense based on the fiction, that are fairly clear for yourself, right? Like, okay, if we need to know, is this person alive or dead? Well, maybe make 2 seeds.
Yeah.
Yeah,
dead Sarah.
Harold's alive,
dead Sarah.
Harold's dead.
Right.
Yeah.
Dead Harold. Harold is seen in Dredgewater, concussed and confused, kind of, right?
Yeah,
dead Harold, alive Harold, right?
Right, exactly. Or just say, you just put 1, right? You say Harold's alive.
Yep.
If you roll it, then we know he's alive.
That's
if you don't, then probably he's still dead.
Well, we don't know. We don't know until he comes into play. So Harold could just be on there. Harold. What does that mean when you roll Harold? Somebody finds the body in the woods?
Or somebody points out that's not Harold, even though you're trying to...
Right.
Yeah, right.
Well, and so
for me... That's not Harold. That's not my daddy. You're like, oh my God.
No,
my cover. Shut up,
young Harold. We're not talking about the same Harold. But yeah, so it's like you can make them fairly specific and very clear as to what it would be.
Yes.
But you don't want to do all of them like that,
no.
right? Because it makes logical sense to have some what I would call, logical next steps, right? So if this happened in session 2, in session 3, there's a likely chance that this could happen.
Correct.
Right?
Those automatically populate though every succeeding session because you gain information. You build them in the wake of it, but at the start of it, that's why. Like when I do something, it'll be all these different words that don't make any sense. You just say they're all over the place. Yeah, but you're only going to roll a few of these, and they're going to tie together, and the player's going to lead and make certain assumptions about them, and then they're going to happen, and then you're going to pull seeds, and it's going to start populating.
So let's
for what they're focused.
I'll give you an example of why you do not want them too specific.
Yeah.
The more specific you get, the less easy it is to put it into context. Because you don't know where they're going to be when you roll it. So if you say something specific, then you're fucked because it's like, okay, right now that there is, well, you're not fucked because you can just put it in your back pocket or you can just ignore it, re-roll another one.
It's a little harder because then you kind of have to
real specific, like Alderman Joseph is a werewolf. Okay, now I gotta introduce him to Alderman Joseph. Alderman Joseph.
Right, exactly.
And then I've got to somehow...
Yeah.
What ends up happening when it says something like Alderman Aelfeld is a werewolf, I have to then somehow force you guys to meet Alderman, right? I start then contriving a way for you to meet him. Then I start then contriving how you're going to learn he's a werewolf. And the session turns into me trying to contrive this specific thing that we can't have, right?
See, when I was playing the convention, werewolf rolled up, and there was 3 of them that crawled over. One of them was a priest. I said, "Y'all roll." The one that recognized him was a priest,
right?
And he was coming out of werewolf form, and then I said, "You look down upon brother Timothy."
Yeah.
Who's totally frightened and discombobulated.
Yeah, doesn't know why he's there naked. Right? Why the hell am I here naked, right?
He's looking at his own chapter brother, from the Abbey, and he's like, how am I going to explain this crap?
Oh my
So
God.
when it's vague, when it just says werewolf, we can use it any way we want to. Yeah. But if it's specific, Lord Washburn is a werewolf. Oh shit, I'm going to have to somehow get them even talking or thinking or learning about Washburn. So
yes, it's too much hearing.
So you want some what you're saying, Sam, is 100% true. You want some to be a little more, but you want to be a little more specific. But I wouldn't phrase things, because then you're going to be trying to drive. Right. You're going to put them on rails whether you're aware of it or not.
Right, exactly. Right. And so, and I know for me, especially in the first session, but really in all of the sessions, the seeds were really flavored by the setup and the the inciting incident,
which is what Ivan did. I think Ivan's first session, many of his seeds were written to tie back to his main. Right. Even the names of the people on his RSC tied to right. So I think it helped Ivan make sure things didn't get too right, which is fine. It worked perfectly.
Yeah, exactly. And so, just as an example, like in the Chronicle that I ran, session 1, a short run piece, I did it intentionally as a bit of a sequel, right, to the one that you did. Yeah. And so we had an established kind of canon, so to speak. But so, for example, in my random seeds, one of the things I did was I put Justicar returns. Now, if we had never introduced the Justicar, we would have done what you did, which was just write Justicar.
Right. Bingo. Right.
So that's when I say a little bit of specificity.
Yes.
That's what I mean. We know that this is an established character. We know who the Justicar is.
Perfect. Yeah.
And he's returned.
Yes.
But that's kind of, how does he return? Why? We don't know that.
Right.
So that,
by implying he returns is because we've met him before in our past sessions, right?
Yeah, and then just as an example, and if anyone hasn't watched it, you can.
Yeah.
But I think in that first one, I had also put like drunken son of alderman starts a fight.
Yeah,
I rolled that one. Yeah, and that caused
it pinned me in the doorway. I think it pinned me in the doorway of Savrik. I think it was Savrik that I banged on the door when he pinned me in the doorway.
Oh, it was Vidar. Yeah.
Vidar. I'm sorry, Vidar. Yeah, Vidar.
Yeah, and what was interesting about that was, so I had no preconceived notion about that at all. I didn't even know if it was going to come up. But immediately when I rolled that one, I started thinking about, okay, who are the aldermen that we had encountered, or at least had been named in the campaign, right? And so I think it was like Alderman Daedrin's son or one of those guys, right?
Sure.
Somebody that we kind of knew, that we had established a little bit of history about. So it seems really intimidating when you have something like spies, right? Or hard rain, or what else did I put on here? Alderman revolt's pretty clear, but like, why, how, who's alderman, right?
And this is the beautiful thing. So this is when people say, how does all that work? Think about a television show. When you're watching a television show and they get a scene and there's the aldermen are all huddled around. I'm thinking of Last Kingdom when what's his name was giving a coin to cause trouble, and he pointed out the aldermen. Well, we never met those aldermen. We didn't know the name of those aldermen.
Right.
So in your world, you can just roll alderman, alderman revolt, and invent the alderman, because there may be 12 aldermen in this fiefdom, right?
Right.
So we can have lots of aldermen, and some become bad guys, and some are good guys, and so that's the other great thing. Like a show, we didn't meet every alderman, and it didn't matter because they killed all of them in the streets. If you remember in Last Kingdom, they just murdered all the aldermen in the streets. All that matters is we saw the one guy give coin to the assassin, and then they murdered all the aldermen in the street.
Right. Was that when they were when Mercia, they were trying to, when Harold, or not Harold, when
they had to kill him because
Edward comes into Mercia.
That's right.
And then he's like, forget it, I'm taking over. Yeah,
that's it. And they had to kill him because they were going to go to the Witten and argue on behalf of they were going to argue, they were going to vote on behalf of what's his name. So they needed the alderman dead so they couldn't vote, right?
Yeah.
So again, we get political intrigue, and we don't have to meet all the aldermen.
Yeah.
Right.
And it was fantastic character building too, because it showed that ruthless but cunning side of Edward, which up until that point we weren't so clear on, right? Was he really relied on Uhtred a lot for his battle strategy, and he seemed fairly, he was a little bit pompous, right? He was a king, but he was not Alfred the Great.
No.
But in that moment, you're like, oh, damn, no, he gets it. Like, he's securing his power, and he's making it clear, you don't fuck with me, because I'll kill all of the influential people here to secure my power. And you're like...
So if you tell us,
like happen,
we don't have to have existing aldermen. You literally can tell us. You hear rumor that Alderman Barschwitzel is having trouble with bandits at his farm, and we'll immediately go, well, we know he's an alderman, so he's already above us. He's already a landowner. He's already, and his name is Barschwitzel. Well, that's important to us if we need to conduct. So, that's why I tell people they don't have to be you make them as valuable as you need them when they come up, right?
Yeah.
Or like Raiders, Dell says, "Do I know this man?" The way David describes him. And then his successful role makes David give him a name. Yeah. Really, he may have already had a name for him, but I mean, he elevated him to a greater threat.
Right.
Which is
Yeah. Which is great.
Which is brilliant.
You don't want to do that in traditional role playing because then you're screwing yourself because of math. But in this game, for the player to essentially hint at ramping up the fear factor of the bad guy can actually be really fun.
Right.
Because it also then, if you take that guy down, your repute, but and like as another example, right? So session 2 that I ran in my campaign, right? One of the seeds that came up was screaming coming from a nearby cave.
Yeah.
I had no idea what that was going to be, right? Awesome. But one that was more influenced and clear from the previous session was I put vision of Bishop Aethelwald.
Right.
Right, because the whole premise was they were out looking for the bishop who was missing. So to me, I didn't exactly know how that was going to manifest. I didn't know if he was dead or not. And so actually later that I put in seeds to kind of make it more clear is Aethelwald actually dead, and these are like sort of holy visions, or is he not? And so that's the way that if you're playing multiple sessions within the same storyline, you can still remain a naive narrator, but also have it organically tie in, so it feels like a chronicle or a campaign. Yeah. But you're not forcing the train down the track in a certain way.
That's right. And so all naive narrator means, and for those who still, how can you possibly be naive, is you don't know what's coming. But the minute I roll the dice, now I know.
Yeah.
So I'm only naive until I drop the dice, and then the minute I see dragons, I'm not naive anymore.
Yeah.
Now, what am I going to do with dragons?
Right, and that's when you have like a split second of panic, like holy shit, what am I going to do?
Correct.
What does dragons mean?
And so naive narrator just means we are learning information exactly the same time the audience is learning information.
Yeah, exactly.
I am learning information exactly the same time that my players are learning information. My players are learning information when I introduce that information. We're all naive.
Right.
And they're not naive once we start getting information. And then Dell says, hey, and do I know this guy? We're naive about that. Let's roll the dice. Now none of us are naive. Yeah. His name is Redbeard. He's a crazy, dangerous son of a bitch. If you think of the great film, one of the greatest films ever made is Chinatown. If you've ever seen the film Chinatown with Jack Nicholson, and perfect example of naive narrator. We learn every single clue and thing he learns on the fly. So every moment of that film, when he learns a clue or a mystery, we learn it with him. But we're completely naive along the way as we're all learning the clues as we watch him investigate the crime.
Yeah.
Then it's the aha moment when all of us learn at the same time. That bitch has been lying to us. Right?
The whole time, yeah.
And it makes for amazing...
It's kind of like The Usual Suspects or or Fight Club, too, is kind of like that.
Well, so Usual Suspects is not naive. Usual Suspect is what's called false narrator. He's lying to you.
Yes, yes, that's true. That's true.
So that's a false narrator.
But it's similar in the sense that the audience kind of finds out. But
correct. But we're finding out false information as opposed to true information.
It's throwing us off. What's really fascinating, and
I would not
sure
recommend. I would not recommend false narrator in Dark Age of Man, because then you're constantly fucking the players, and that's not good. It's not good.
Well, but it makes your job harder too,
yes,
because
because then you're lying. You're just constantly lying to the players, and that's a bad idea.
It's too much. I'm sure that you guys have experienced this as a presenter, but what was really interesting to me is when I would roll the seed,
right?
But I'm still waiting to introduce it, and you guys, or I'm setting it up,
yes,
and then you guys will say something or do something, and it completely changes what.
That's it.
Because when I'm putting the seeds down, I have a general idea. I'm like, okay, I kind of think this could be how this would manifest, and then and as soon as you hit the table, that. Sometimes they remain the same, but often they don't, because you're like, wait a second.
Yeah.
They just did this. So to be fair and true to the story as it's happening in real time, you shift the seed to fit that. And it's really weird, because it's like, you almost don't even realize it until you're like, whoa. You're like, I was thinking that this was going to happen. And then... But the way we spun it was like that. I was like, oh.
Well, then you know what happened to me when we started doing this, when we started playtesting these ideas and working on understanding these ideas. I realized, why had I been preparing ever in the past?
Yeah.
You got to prepare something, just because you just don't want to sit down with nothing.
You prepare because the players are going to follow what intrigues them, and if you traditionally, you're going to spend all your time trying to go, wait a minute, I have it planned for them to reach this end. So I have to spend all of my time trying to get them back on track. The heck with that.
I've literally, after our first 2 or 3 sessions of doing this with Dell, I went, I will never prepare again. If I ever do anything, it'll be a naive narrator. I mean, I don't even D&D. It'll be naive narrator.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, and what's really interesting too, though, and I'd be interested to hear what you think about this. I would suggest, though, that it's probably easier to run this style of game when you've come from and had lots of experience with the over prep and whatever, and you've chafed at it.
Yeah.
And then you come to this and you're like, oh, thank God, because you have all of that experience and all that stuff in your head from previous things. Where if you're brand new to role playing, you might take to it really well because you don't have any baggage. Right? But you might also freak out and be like, whoa, what am I supposed to do? So I know for me it was really helpful having all of that previous, because I never ran modules in D&D. Like I tried, but I couldn't because I kept doing this. I kept improvising.
Yeah, right.
And
that's
so
it. Which is why I ended up hot rodding and homebrewing D&D. Technically, I would hot rod and homebrew D&D so I could be freer at improvising. Right.
Yes, exactly.
Exactly.
And so that's why I think it's so much fun to do it in this style, because and again, to get that sort of meta look at it from the presenter's point of view, you're really like, the most detail that you're probably going to have is the setup and kind of the inciting incident. You have a general idea of what is going on in the world and what's going on more in the immediate area, but the inciting incident, that's where you're writing the adventure. But it's like maybe a couple of sentences, and you kind of just give them this little thing, and then the seeds are all just kind of like, like if you were gonna, in traditional D&D, right? You roll on the Wandering Monster table. Well, these are complications, good or bad. And the more vague you keep them, the more latitude you have in how to implement them. But you can make them a little bit more specific, just enough to help you kind of conceptualize it, right?
And you can
when you can draw from their interest, when you know what their focus is and what their you say, okay, this matters to them actually. So,
and because we're simulating the Dark Ages, when Washburn gives you orders, because he is your liege lord, and he says, listen, you guys are going to stay on the border and you're going to do this. right? That technically is our setup and our inciting incident for the next session, which is what David did in that last session. He just basically said, dude, the setup is you guys already know that you've been told, you're ordered to be here. But we're not dictating where you go or how you play. Just that,
right? Exactly.
Because in our game, yes, you are.
Right.
If you're an alderman, you're going to have a house to keep. You're going to have all that stuff becomes what ties you into the fiction, but doesn't tie you down to doing a certain thing, right? And then hopefully David's got an RSC that kind of ties to the southern border for the night, right? That might kind of tie in there. But it could be it could be vague stuff that he can easily drop into the woods or into the border.
Right.
So.
Well, it's like it's like the idea of like, okay, in D&D, you know that the inciting incident was the goblins have stolen or had kidnapped something. You have to go to their lair and retrieve it, right? Yep. And you kind of have to script that because you have to worry about things like challenge ratings, and you have to worry you're supposed to worry about things like challenge ratings. And so if the players are like, hey, what if instead of doing that, we wanted to go this way? Right. And you're like, cool, but then the way that the system is designed is there is a bit of an expectation on everybody's, from everybody that you try to create encounters that are somewhat balanced, right?
And logical.
Right, and logical. And so when you go on the fly like that, in a system that is more structured, that can be a lot more stressful on the GM because you kind of have to quickly think, what can I throw at these people that would be somewhat appropriate? Now, if you've been doing it a long time, it probably is quicker. But the great thing about this is you could put Goblin Cave. You could put like all these different things that would be a fully structured scenario in a traditional sense as like a sentence or a few words here, and then you just roll with it because you don't have to worry about encounter balance. You could put them up against the frickin' Justicar and his army as three guys.
That's right.
And be like, what are you going to do?
In this thing, when there was 8 men, and I'm already battered, I knew that. We need to get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't like, this is y'all's next challenge.
Yeah. Well, definitely dangerous. It was a dangerous situation had you engaged. That's why when Dell said, shoot the kid, when he said shoot, and you said you shoot him, and David described, or you described it goes right through his head, and I said, do you mean the kid, or do you mean the guy on the horse? I wasn't certain who you were shooting the arrow at in the session. Well, and then he said, the kid. And I said, I missed that. Thank God, because I thought if you're shooting the dude on the horse, you guys are asking for trouble.
Because and that's the cool thing is like I love playing a game in which like there's a real danger to the character. Like this is the kind of thing where the setting dictates the difficulty. So like if you're like taking on like a sword dane or like a battle leader and you're like maybe a 17, 16-year-old, kid. Yeah, or God forbid you're Melton Harold,
whatever he calls himself.
he would probably freak him out to the point that the Dane would just leave.
Well, and actually Melton's actually fairly competent with a 2-body. But, but you're right. The reality is...
He would out crazy.
Yeah.
But like if you go against that guy, there could be a chance where it's like he is so much more competent than you are that if he gets you in combat, like we might go down the body roll, what do you call it, what is the condition tracker, or we might be like this guy is this is Ragnar Lothbrok, this is like the most feared Dane ever. Right. Sorry, dude. Like you went and you challenged him, and I said, "Are you sure?" And you said, "Yep."
Right. You're facing a DV that's difficult. It's going to be incredibly difficult.
It's like he stabs you, pulls you in, and bites your throat out. Like you're dead.
Right. And the other thing this was a good session for is it showed how you not only incur wounds for combat, you incur wounds for actual. Being up all night. The fatigue rating makes total sense. You're going to get fatigued after you've been up for 24 hours. Then the battered. So now I wouldn't probably transition to injured from battered, but I don't need to, because if you
not without a roll,
right, because if you encounter any threat, you're going to be at injured or dying in one roll anyway. So I don't need to continue to make you. I mean, to transition to injured would be difficult to explain in a fatigued state, but battered is enough to make your life completely in danger.
Oh yeah,
right.
Well,
which makes somebody say, "Well, I need to get some rest." Which is the goal is to say you can't. You're not immortal. You're not gonna just walk around all day without drinking, eating, sleeping. So progressing to fatigued and to battered represents time, and it represents the reality that you guys are actually up.
Well, narratively, he represented it with his torn up thing and his feet sticking out. You know what I mean?
Right. Right. I know. I wore out my boot, and those were good boots. Right. I mean, you know, and like I wore them out in a freaking day.
That's right. And technically, when you declared you pretty much pass out, that would be you indicating you're over to the injured status. You passing out is an injury. In a way, you fall unconscious. Yeah. And then, of course, your rest. David would have naturally just knocked you back to battered or fatigued as you woke up.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. So I figured with I think the way he described it, it hadn't been like a full day yet.
Yeah. Right.
And so I was like, well, I probably am still battered.
Oh God, yeah.
Even with the ministrations or whatever, right? And so I was thinking about like how do you play out that state, right? And so it's great because in this. Like it gives you that sense of mortality, right?
Yeah. And people engage it. They don't cheat it. They don't. They don't try to wash. They don't try to wipe that away. People will engage the fiction and say, "Yeah, of course I'm tired, man. I've been up all night." Yeah,
right.
Well,
and that's why when I said like I'm the the runner from
marathon.
A marathon trying to go. I was saying that intentionally to get the like for Willem, this is a
life or death,
a really monumental feat, right? Yeah. And he will push to the point of falling over, passing out,
That's right. Because, and he knows what's on the line, so he would,
right? Yeah,
right. And now he could have asked you to make a body check to see if you pass out in the middle of the run. Yeah. He could have said make a luck check to see if you get there before you finally succumb to your fatigue.
Right.
And then described how you wake up the next day laying in the dirt, and you're still 3 hours from Dredgewater, right? I mean, all of that naturally handles itself by calling for rolls too, right? Let's make a roll to see if you make it, right?
Yeah, looking at you, and he keeps saying Harold all the way. It's like the string, and then you realize, the bear. No.
Yeah, and I knew, like I said, this was going to be a challenge because he's not social. He's not capable.
Right.
So I knew this was going to be an interesting challenge, and then I didn't know how well David would be able to. I knew he would, but I didn't know how challenging it would be for David to respond to this socially handicapped. Good. Yeah. Oh yeah. And I thought this is going to be interesting.
David's good at what he does.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But I knew it would be not easy. Right. It's not easy.
Right. Yeah. Right, it's sort of one of those characters you almost want to apologize for. But
because I'm
playing him because it's fun. Yeah,
because I'm putting him. He's on the very edge of doable for a group of people in a game. Right, very doable. I mean, he's he's on the very edge of how does he fit into anything we can plausibly do narratively. Right.
Right.
I want to make a little point. Whenever it was a video Eloy put up about after they played, and he said he liked to play the Magic because he gets to, and he adds flavor to it because he knows that when we play these games, we're entertaining each other, which we are.
Right.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is this is a good thing, even when we split the party.
Yeah.
And we're watching Melton.
You're still engaged.
Interact. We're still engaged and we're still enjoying.
Yeah, you're not going. I'm going to read my book until it gets to my turn. Right, exactly. It's not that thing, right? Where they're flipping through the D&D Player's Handbook while everybody else is going.
Yeah, or you're looking at the 14 different abilities you have, and you're like, what am I going to pick here? Yeah. And how does this?
It's like nobody's paying attention to what's happening. Yeah. They're all doing their thing, waiting for their turn. Yeah, it's like, oh god.
Yeah. Yeah. Always, but I mean a lot of the time. But and what's really cool though is that when you play in this system, right? Speaking to the magic thing, right? Like obviously, like the way it manifested in my game was more of the spiritual, religious aspect, right? But it's cool because what this system does is it gives you enough freedom that flavor that the player adds to it becomes important in the world. It becomes the way that it's described should be incorporated into the collective fiction, right?
Oh,
and so,
absolutely.
If, for example, you are, mechanically you are making a magical attack against an opponent, but you describe it, if you describe it as a fireball, that's very different in the way the world's going to react to it than if you flavor it as, say, this dark shadow tentacle coming out of your hands and literally ripping the ghostly vengeance. Like the way that you describe it has very important.
Well, it matters. It matters.
The way I think it does.
So when Eloy says, "Hey, I'm going to cast a fireball," but it really doesn't matter what I do. I'm just causing damage. Well, it does, because if you critically fail that, I'm setting the tavern on fire.
Right.
Well, so my critical fail.
You don't even roll the thing. You immolate because now what are you going to do?
Right. So the idea of saying it's fire, it informs everybody. We're playing with an element here that can really complicate the situation. Right.
Yeah. But even that, like Sam's point, whenever you're interacting with the world and people viewing them the same way you repute this when people view you do something. So throughout this whole thing, that's why I call it like narrative mechanically, because what you say becomes true, and what you're saying informs how those viewing you doing those actions, their response, because there's always a pushback. The world pushes back on you in kind.
Correct.
And just that dance.
Well, something as simple as and something as simple as me saying, I am telling this guy I'm Harold because my goal is he's going to acknowledge my delusional state. Right. And a die roll determines the conclusion of that.
Demanded adherence.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? The die roll will determine whether he says, dude, you're crazy, and runs away or whatever. But my goal is he's going to confirm my deluded state, or we're going to have a problem, right? And that's because Melton believes that if he just can wear this stuff and convince, and that's how I'm playing him. So I'm sending a message to David that I expect. I know Melton is bizarre, and I know people are going to freak out, but I got to play him authentically to where Melton's headspace is at. He just thinks, if I'm just wearing the clothes and the hat, I'm good to go. Call me Harold.
Well, and I think the nice thing was that, like, the way that you describe how you react can sometimes make things happen that you don't expect. It's like I always go back to that thing where Dell was playing the Viking and he baited the Justicar into the palisade because to me I'm like, no, this is a disciplined but righteous and fiery zealot, but he's a military man. He knows you don't charge your force into that. But Dell just kept baiting him and baiting him and baiting him, and he kept succeeding at it. Right. And I was like, holy! And then he kept ramping it up, and so I was like, what's cool is, and what's most satisfying, both as a player and as the presenter, is when you put that out there, and then you basically get an immediate response to that. Yeah. Right. Where in some games that that can be very well intentioned by the DM to say, oh, I really want to honor what you said here, but we've got this. Every action takes 10 minutes because we got a math.
That's right.
Right. So we'll try to get to it, but here it's like you do the thing, and then it's like, oh my God, I have to react to that.
That's right. Everything is live. Yeah. Everything is live.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's really neat to see it like happen that quickly.
Yes. Well, and that's what keeps us that's what keeps us immersed. That's what keeps us in the space. Yeah. And also, even tonight, another great example is time passing. My describing what I did with this guy woke him up and got him on his feet and said, we're going to head back to Dredgewater. I don't have to dictate the time. David doesn't have to dictate the time. When he cuts to you, he can say, you've been running for a day and a half. Well, we can assume simultaneously that we arrived as the doors were opening with the carnival about the time you arrived. At the same time, we cut back to Del and say, okay, it's been 2 days. What have you been doing? And right, we don't have to actually define. Right, so you could have been on your feet for a day and a half because we could have been hiking or walking for a day and a half. Right, so like a TV show, they don't have to actually say unless they want you to. They'll say to you 8 hours later. Right. They'll just put up they'll put up a black card on the screen 8 hours later. But everything in a TV show, unless they define the time, is assumed to be happening simultaneously in these two different locations. So even tonight, this macro time thing worked beautifully. Yeah. We go back to Del. You've been sitting here hiding out watching. Del described that he took it on. He said, hey, while this has been going on for 2 days, I've been counting heads and I've been watching when they come and they go. And he automatically said, hey, dude, I've had 2 days. This is everything I've been doing for 2 days, right?
Yeah,
and
exactly.
The player takes agency over the time. Del took that agency and didn't break anything. It made it easier for David. David's like, yeah, it makes sense. This is exactly what you've been doing.
Yeah.
So David doesn't have to then say, God damn, where are we at here with you, Del? And what have you been doing for 2 days? He doesn't have to. Del reaches out and says, well, hey, it's clear I've been here for 2 days. And that's why it works, because we're allowed that agency to make sense of the macro thing that has happened. Versus micro, when the GM might drill into that micro and say, no, it's noon right now as the armies are coming. We're gonna have to stay in a tight window here as you're outrunning the armies right now. We're gonna have to make some rolls to see if right. But it worked perfectly. Again, it shows how everything just naturally made sense. I thought,
Well, he's codependent just like we are on him. That's why everybody at the table is a player because even he is. He needs information from us.
Bingo.
That's why you can't be a wallflower. You have to say what you're doing, and then he goes, oh, crap, that's what's happening.
Bingo.
And then it makes sense of the seeds that he's dropped.
Bingo.
Because you're informing him, and then he can turn around and inform you. It's like you're gift giving to each other across the table.
Yeah. That's right.
You're like, wow, all this is occurring?
Mm-hmm.
It's nice, too, because at least with this setting in particular, Dark Ages, England, as historical as you want to make it, right?
Yeah.
What's great is when a player says something or introduces something into the world, into the fiction, a person, a place, whatever, unless it, really contradicts the kind of established fiction that we've all accepted.
Right.
You don't have to say no. In fact, you can embrace that and say, sure, yeah, this is great. And I like that a lot, and you can also take it and twist it, right? So you can say, this is what people, as player A described this person, this is what most people think about him, know about him, whatever.
Yep.
And then you kind of add in these little things, and then all of a sudden, or the player does it, right? Where you're like, is Brother Boethus a good guy, a bad guy? Is he an assassin? Is he a priest? I don't know.
Right. Well, and Del, and even Del may not know, because I'm just playing my character. The world's going to decide whether I'm good or bad, right?
Right.
You guys decide whether Melton's crazy or whether Melton's just a child or whether, I'm not deciding whether Melton's crazy or,
Melton's crazy.
Yeah.
You made it very clear.
Right. So,
that guy's batshit crazy.
So, but that's the other thing. The other thing too. Del could have taken agency, said, "I think I know who this man on the horse," right? Hinting to David that he wants to describe him, and David could have said, "Oh yeah, who is he?" And without a roll, he could have said, "He's an old Viking slaver."
I could have taken that, but what I wanted to do was implement, because it's easy to play this game without calling for rolls.
Yep.
And I was just wanting to utilize that as a platform too.
Yeah, and I personally prefer a roll because I still like not knowing. But if Del had an idea of how he wanted to set up this particular character moment, because it would be, when you do that, it's about your character, not about them. Del describes, I've met this man before on my travels. He's a bastard. So Del's doing it to tell you who he is, not who the enemy is. And then David can say, okay, thanks. He's now a DV10. Thank you very much. Yeah. Right? All David has to do is adjust what Dale's told me about him. Right?
Because the player will put themselves into a real hard spot.
Yeah.
And then you're like, cool, you just made my job easy.
Yeah.
Well, see, I didn't want to go so far to say I did know him, but I knew that there was a possibility. Yeah. What I wanted was a role to find out if I did or didn't. Yeah. That's what I was prompting, because I could have used I knew this game, but I felt like it's narrating beyond my arm's length.
Correct.
Because if I'm going past the world, that's why I just said, there's a possibility I know this guy. Let's see.
That's right. Which I prefer. That's what I'm saying. I prefer how you did it. But it wouldn't have broke the game for you to say, I know this man. And then, of course, David could say, do you really? Let's roll the dice. Or you do. Tell me who he is. But I prefer how you did it. Yeah.
Right.
When Derek said that the Viking comes up to me and says this and that. Mm-hmm. Remember that game?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, blew my mind when Derek... No. And I remember at the time saying, holy shit, I think he just went way outside the lines. But the reality is, it worked. Right? But this is my point about guys who play traditional D&D. Even what we're doing is going to be a shock to those guys, right? Especially when you say to the GM, dude, we all know Dredgewater. We all have agreed on the setting. We've all met our characters. None of us are naive about that. You've introduced an inciting incident. None of us are naive about that. You know a couple of things we don't know, so you're not that naive there. But outside of that, roll the dice, dude. We're naive, right? And I think, and it works. Yeah. But getting a traditional DM to understand that will take care of itself.
Yeah,
it takes experience. You have to experience it to do it. And like you said, either you're going to come to our game having no experience at all, and you'll just do what it does. Or you're going to come from D&D and you will have been an improvisational GM for 40 years, and it'll be a little easier.
Right. And
or you're going to come rigidly.
Constraints. Now all of a sudden you're like, oh.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you're going to come, you're going to come with a rigid idea about how much control I have of the game. And no, sit down, shut up, I'm in control. Which is, I hate to say it, that's kind of the nature of D&D, right? It's
it kind of needs to be, because that's how it's structured.
Yeah.
Bingo. And it works better that way.
Yeah.
But it's funny what Del, you were saying you were prompting kind of for a role. You wanted a role. And as soon as you said that, I kind of chuckled, because to me, my response, if I was the presenter, would have been like, okay, great. Tell me a little bit about how you know him.
Yes.
And which would not have necessarily fulfilled your want for a role. But when I've done that in the past, I think you kind of just do a role in your head, maybe, or maybe you just roll on your own, right? Like, so it's cool because it can kind of work both ways. Because I've literally seen you do it where I didn't recognize it at the time, but I realized afterwards, like, oh, he was, he kind of was one, like, let's see where this goes.
Yeah.
And then I kind of prompted you, but not calling for a die roll.
Yeah,
and it was neat. You still worked it out. Yeah. And so it's fascinating to see how we're playing the same game.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we play it in a slightly different way. Yeah. But it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, it's really still achieving the same result.
It is. We're still playing to find out. And I've done the same thing, Sam. In D&D, I've said to people when they said, "Is there a tavern keep?" I don't know. Tell me about them, and they'll be surprised. They're like, "What do you mean? Tell me who the tavern keep is." You asked me, "Do I know him?" Do you?
Right.
Because of course there's a tavern keep, and I don't need to be the guy to dictate the tavern keep. Go ahead and tell me about him.
Yeah.
Right.
In that, I go back to why I wanted it, because there's a lot I like to stay naive too as a player across the board.
Yes.
And if I know that I want to cue, the more you play with people, the more they know it. And if I want to cue that person to say, there's a possibility, because I came from that area, that there's a lot of trafficking of certain Vikings. This guy looks like he's a chieftain. He could have gone that way. Let's see if he had.
Right.
And then we roll it in to say, he did. That is so and so. And I'll just, I can describe him from there on, but I don't like to just say you automatically know him. because I like that uncertainty
Well,
principle
and
to apply.
Right. See, because
you do a good job of saying, "Do I know that?"
Oh,
right?
exactly.
Like it's pretty clear that you're saying, "I don't know," and so one way or another, the presenter is going to say either roll a dice,
and like for instance, when you're
set
naive,
up how you might
and when you're naive, for instance, right? David doesn't know if you know him because he's naive. So we need the die roll because David doesn't know if you know him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so
I always
we need
say
it.
that whenever I suspect that there's a good chance that I do.
Yeah.
Possibly know this.
But you described why you would, and that's that's where you
I
take
don't want to just assume that I already know him or jump out of the cake and go,
David,
I know this guy, he's so and so.
Right.
Yeah.
No, and then that takes the mystery out of the game. That removes the mystery from the game. Yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
There's certain people, I mean, it's a delight. Like when I played Vidar, remember when I was stacking the body up after the flood and I burned the bodies?
Yeah.
Well, I'm in the Christian area. I'm trying to acclimate myself into that.
Yeah.
And whenever Jason picked that up as Falcone, remember you said, I hate that guy. And he said, you bet. I like smiled on the inside. I said, he picked up a cue. He played off of what I said. So the more you play with people, the more that they can do that. And that's some of the things that I worry about, like people, if they don't know what little things I'm dropping to pick up and run with it.
Right.
So, but that was beautiful. And that ended up being a beautiful moment.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, it ended up defining Falcone for all of us.
Yeah.
Right? Because until you described how your character, and then how you described how you were going after Falcone, and of course the wolves got to you before you could actually cause harm to Falcone, right? And Falcone's oblivious to this, but when you described what you'd done and so when you wake up, I don't know who Falcone is, so Falcone says, hey, this is the price you pay for not doing a Christian burial for your family who just died. And of course Sam instantly said, I know who this son of a bitch is. Right? And Vidar, of course, is going, oh my God, are you telling me that I'm responsible for my family's, right? And of course, it defined Falcone for all of us. One conversation defined him for all of us. Right.
Yeah, and what was really interesting about that moment, because that was probably the defining moment for me when I then did the next set of sessions, because I didn't really know what Falcone was going to be or whatever in that. I thought he was a bastard, and we had kind of established through your chronicle, that he was not a good guy.
Right.
But I literally turned him into a demonic possessed person because, and it was that moment I was thinking back to that, and I was like, that wasn't just, at least in my mind, I was like, that wasn't just him messing with or. No, he was literally a giant douche that was trying to oppress,
undermine, trying to undermine what little faith in Christianity Vidar might have had left, right?
And so to me, it was cool because it was literally 6 sessions. We played your 4, and then it was 3 sessions I think into mine, and it was there it is, that to
full
me,
circle.
It was the way that he did that and the way that Del described it, and then all the rest of the interactions, I was like, this dude's a demon, or he's possessed, he's not just a bad dude, but a really bad dude.
We're talking supernatural bad, right? We're talking
right.
Like Antichrist,
the Antichrist, right?
Yeah,
which is and that's what's so cool about it, because we went in naive saying, okay, Falcone is just the local, but how Del presents his character informs me as to how Falcone's going to talk to Del. And that's going to inform, and that relationship's going to inform us all as to who Falcone is. And I didn't have to know before the session started he's anything other than the local priest.
Yeah, well, and it was, I really love, so it's funny how he kind of became a major antagenost in both of our things. And
he called you out. He called you out in public. Here's our so-called miracle worker. Show us a miracle, right? Remember that?
Right, and then it manifested, and it was. But what was amazing too was afterwards, right, when Del was playing Brother Boethus, and he was looking for trying to figure out who Falcone was, right? And every time he would sort of describe that like character conflict within Brother Bo, it was interesting because we ended up kind of playing it out where I was like, well, I know Falcone is manipulative.
Yeah.
I know that he's ambitious.
Yeah.
I know that he wants essentially to take back over Dredgewater. You know, this is his ego. But that culmination for me was when it was like that 7 sessions or 8 sessions up to that point, I was like, oh shit, like this is he's not just doing these things because he is a megalomaniac.
Right.
He's doing these things because he's in a position of authority and he's got this supernatural ability. And so it was, but I don't know if that can happen in a traditional game because things are more scripted,
no, and this
right?
is
where
and this
became a thing because of the action of Dell and you and all.
And
of
that's
us.
and that's
really cool.
That's the problem with not the problem. Excuse me. Traditionally, you would sit down to start your campaigns or your chronicles, and you would know that Falcone's already this thing.
Right, and I would be studying a stat block to.
Yeah, and you would be saying, "Oh, I'm going to introduce this little old priest who's actually the hell god demon of the underworld Black Knight." Yeah. And they're going to find out over the course of 4 sessions who this evil bastard is and his dastardly deeds, and it feels contrived to me. And I have to also contrive you meeting the little priest who's simple and innocent, but there's something about him that pisses off. Yeah. I have to contrive all of this stuff before I pull the curtain back and go, there he is, the demon. In our game, literally none of us know that. Because we're not preparing anything. We're not writing anything. And that's what makes it quite literally a joy, because I'm a player too. I'm not going, okay, I've got a couple of sessions here to introduce him to the priest who's really my bad guy. And, there's going to be a period where my bad guy, they're going to find out the bad guy's the one that's murdering everybody, and he's whatever, And that's kind of how I grew up. That's kind of how we did some larger campaigning. And you come away at some point saying, yeah, I get it, but it's a lot of work for me to get the priest in. And then what if they say, well, we're going to blah, blah, blah. Like, oh, shit, how am I going to get the priest in front of them if they go there? Mm-hmm. So there goes my evil villain. There goes my dastardly villain that I'm going to spring on in session 4, right? There goes my Lestrade. I can't. They don't want to go to Castle Ravenloft. What the fuck am I going to do now, right? So it's that's why that gaming for a 54-year-old grown man is not interesting to me anymore.
Right.
As a player, I might play in a game like that because I'm not invested in. But as a GM, I don't want to try to control that stuff anymore. It's like, wait a minute, we're competent, we're mature, we're capable, and I like to play to find out. I don't know who Falcone is when we start these sessions. Wow, interesting what kind of pain in the ass Falcone came to Sam. And then he grew to be, in a way, worse as he was whispering in the ear. Oh, yeah. Right? And then by the time we get onto your chronicles, Falcone is a full-blown, who's escaped to Northwich, and he's hiding out there, maybe working through Bocephus, unwittingly through Bocephus, right? None of us knew that. But we can look back and tell the story now. We can look back and say, dude, what it turns out to be is Bocephus thought that, we didn't prepare any of that. It just comes out that way. And
And the fact that after the very first session of your chronicle, where you remarked on the fact that you were like, I didn't know who this priest was, but I think in that moment you were like, you know what, I'm going to challenge the young priest because he's a priest, right? And so it was just that little seed, if we want to use the term, right, that sparked this. Just giant tree of whatever.
And how you dealt with Falcone. Yeah. And even when you asked me, how do you pronounce his name, Falcone or Falcone, I said, I don't care, because I don't care. Yeah. I'm naive. Is it Falcone? Is it Falcone? It doesn't make any difference to me. Yeah. So, what's cool about that is you could have also sidled up to him and said, Father, I'm here to help, and what can we do? And I might have said, okay, I'm going to take that as you're looking for an ally. I'm going to be your ally here. I'm going to create a character that's an ally to you. It just so happens that the way I laid the guilt trip upon Vidar triggered Sam to say, this dude is not my dude, right? And it it naturally became a normal enemy.
Right. Yep. And then you were like, oh.
Right. And then by session 3, I'm saying, well, he's whispering in the ear of, the programs are issued, and you've heard that it's Falcone that's talked her into issuing pogroms against pagans. Might not have been true, but that was the inciting incident, right?
Yeah.
Confirming that Falcone is working against the pagans. Clearly against the pagans, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You should see. We've been watching Ivan run that game, and I don't know if you've seen it, but Falcone comes up, and his version of Falcone is different than, of course, ours was.
And
Jim's playing a local priest, and he's going along, but I like what he tries to do. He tries to shield the local population, his flock, from all of these dangers and impending dangers, and stopping from hysteria raising by putting the lid back on that boiling kettle that they're trying to keep down. You know what I mean? So it's really cool, but he'll, and it was one point to where Eloy does something in front of the priest because he's playing a pagan witch that Jim's trying to justify. I'm sticking with him to try to show him the light, and he does something right in front of Falcone, and Falcone it's a failure. So he's like, "You're speaking this, whatever." You know what I mean?
What are you doing, Jim's hanging out with this witch?
You've had a concussion.
Right. Chastises him and all that. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, so it's interesting dynamic to see how the characters are different.
Yeah. I don't know. I might not be able to watch it if he's not a complete douchebag. Then that'll ruin my whole thing. So I'm considering, and if you guys don't want me to do this, let me know. But I'm considering, kind of setting this almost as a bit of a prequel to Jason's Chronicle.
Right.
Because we have some of the similar characters, right? We're in Dredge. And so it might be interesting to see if we can bring in some of those seeds and tie them in a way that sort of fits with the established, canon. So
because technically this could be a chronicle of characters before my Chronicles, like a prequel.
Right. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, because what I wanted to do was tie in the events from the first session of this Chronicle, kind of have that come
full circle
around again. But then I'm like, why would that happen? And so to me, my head is like, well, okay, David just said we've potentially got Northwich influence here. We've got the Danes here, and I'm like, oh, here it is. This is where it starts. Right. So we may, I don't know. I might.
No, it's.
But yeah,
I just want to play. So make you. It works great. Yeah, we haven't even met Falcone, have we? In this.
Well, I can't remember.
I don't think we've met Falcone in this series of Chronicles.
I don't know, because I thought that he was mentioned at least, but he may have had just like a brief. But I don't know, because literally it started with the kids. I rolled the RSC. Kids are kidnapped, and you guys chased them down to the camp, and that was it. Yeah. You just rescued the kids. So you guys weren't even in Dredgewater for more than the first 5 minutes of the session, right? So I don't think and Melton, of course, didn't appear until David's first session. So But I don't think you guys have met Falcone. So again, he's wide open to be interpreted. That'll be fun.
Anyway,
maybe he'll be
any way you want.
He won't be as slimy yet, or not as good at it. I don't know. We'll see. Oh man,
or just more subtle. He might just be more subtle at his.
Maybe.
Right.
Yeah, because maybe he's not quite. So.
Right.
Yeah. Ultimately, what I was thinking is these damn pagans are causing Lord Washburn all manner of trouble.
Right.
So therefore, if Falcone is an ambitious guy, he might be like, hey,
right.
This is the work of the pagans, and Washburn is like, hold on a sec, just let's be, but his wife is like, you're right.
Right.
This is the work of those pagans.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, we have not met
Yeah.
Falcone at all yet.
Yeah.
Right? In this particular set of Chronicles, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes if he comes up.
Yeah. But yeah, so you're running the next one, my friend. It's like we're gonna try to do it. It would not be this next Tuesday, it'd be the Tuesday after next, right?
Yeah.
So if you're free, right, it'd be a couple of Tuesdays, but yeah, awesome.
I could do, I could do that. I could do Tuesday or Wednesday, but yeah, if we do Tuesday, it would definitely be like a similar start time. But
okay.
We'll figure it out.
Okay.
But regardless, I'm excited to.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Yeah, this was great, man. David, 2 in a row, man. David nailed them. It's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was
it was so nice this session too to watch him do it because he was so obviously much more comfortable.
Yeah.
And I think it was, not that he hasn't played with all of us before, but he, kind of that first session can always feel a little like, but yeah, this one he was so much more like.
Well, and I feel a little bad that first session. I feel a little bad. Introducing Melton, I think. Kind of threw him a curveball because I created a character that doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
You're just as a GM, you're not going to say, okay, Melton, what are you doing with a group of guys here in the tavern? Well, Melton ain't in the tavern. Melton wouldn't be even seen in town, right? So, so that first session, I think I threw him a curveball with a pretty difficult PC. Right?
No, Melton is brewing, bathtub gin. Down in his little, holler hut.
That's right.
You're talking about Harold?
Yeah, Harold.
Yes, Harold.
Okay.
Sorry, you're right.
I'm sorry.
Not Melton. He's not Melton anymore.
Yeah, he's now Harold. He's now
Who
Harold.
knows who he might be in session... This was session 2, right? So session 3. Yeah.
No, this was session 3.
4.
This was session 3. You're right.
So you'll be running session 4. Yeah.
Session 4. Okay, cool.
Okay.
And repute. I mean, we didn't have a chance to ask David if I don't think we've done anything to earn repute.
No.
Which
I'm fine with it.
No, yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't expect us to, but we really haven't stopped anything in particular. I mean, I guess I could argue that Melton got what he wanted. He got into Dredgewater finally, right? Accepted into society, so to speak. But he hasn't. He's not even in Dredgewater. He's hanging out with Carnival people.
Yeah,
so he's not even in Dredgewater, really.
He has not been accepted into society.
But he doesn't know that. He doesn't know these Carnival people aren't Dredgewater, right? That's what's so fun.
Well, he got accepted into that he's a carny now. So you know what I mean.
He was always a carny at heart.
It's going to be really awkward when I have to be like, so. Melton, Harold, you find yourself standing up against a post with an apple on your head, and Bruno over there is about to fire, his bow, but you and Bruno were drinking last night, and his hands are a bit shaky.
Right.
Get into this situation.
That's right. Well, fortunately, I have a luck of 3, so
right.
I'm so stupid. I would just stand there and trust in the fate of the dice, right?
Or you will literally go so crazy that you manifest yourself not as Harold anymore, and then you just walk off, and you're like,
right.
Oh, I'm Simon,
right?
It's like
it's fun. Well, and I may just retire Harold as he would have ended up living happily ever after with these gypsy carnival thieves, and I'll start a new character next session, right? So I mean the problem with Harold is I can only go so far with him. I mean, there's no way you can only go so far with a completely socially, and again, because a -1 prestige, I can only go so. If it's one thing, if he's like an actual adult man who's an outcast because he's a bandit or something, or he's been an outcast because he's broken the law or something. But to be literally an 8-year-old mentality that's been is. But I might stick to it because he's been fun. He's been fun. But.
I can run with that forever, because look. bad priests might try to manipulate this poor unfortunate guy, but a good priest might try to be like, look, let's help you, let's take you in, and then there's conflict, right? Yeah. And then all of a sudden, he witnesses, whoa, what is that priest and that nun doing?
Right.
They'll be pulling on that rope in the bell tower, yeah.
Yeah, right, yeah. Right. Exactly. And then the pretty Esmeralda shows up and he's like, hey lady, how you doing?
That's it.
What he really says is, Hodor, no.
So far, he's just been interested in bells and bright colors and shiny objects.
He literally, I'm gonna write down. I need to introduce reindeer, because he literally needs to, start putting jingle bells on the reindeer, and he goes around and he delivers oranges to people. Just why not? And then all of a sudden it's. Oh, yes, that? You're right. Strawberries. Yeah. Yes, so he's
my basket of strawberries.
Father Christmas of maybe midsummer, whatever.
Yeah, I don't know what's in those strawberries, but I think David rolled up. David had rolled a pretty interesting seed there. He didn't completely share with us.
If I roll blood red strawberries, that's going to be fun. I don't know. I have no idea what I'll have to do, but that's
awesome.
They might just be the most delicious. They'll be magical strawberries for sure.
Yeah, that's right. There'll be something about those strawberries, right?
Put the whole kingdom to sleep ahead of the Danish.
I can imagine your session will open with Harold sitting at the feet of the gypsy woman on the throne of Washburns, right? As everybody has been
Princess Leia with Jabba the Hutt,
right? Yeah, and where is Washburns? Well, they've all been duped with these magical strawberries, and she's now sitting on the Washburn seat.
Right, but nobody knows because she insists so hard that she's Lady Washburn,
right? That
even though everybody is like. What? They just can't say anything, and so she then becomes Lady Washburn.
Somehow Melton, just 2 episodes ago, was a wild man in the woods. Now he's sitting. He's sitting at the feet.
Washburn.
He's now Harold. He's now Harold, the Lord of Washburn.
Yeah, Lord Harold of Washburn.
And Jaff is over in the corner looking at him, eyeing him, just shaking.
Yeah, Joff would be the only one. So that would be the funny thing. Joff is the only one who isn't. Eating strawberries. He's the only one that knows that all of this is a lie, right?
Right, and he's literally going crazy because he can't
do anything about it.
Right, and he's drinking drinking the whole pound. Yeah, he bleeds them dry.
Only Saverick, who's not had a strawberry, but he ain't here. And Joff, who hadn't eaten any strawberries, he's the only one left in Dredgewater that knows the truth, right? It's like a Star Trek episode where only everybody's. Yeah, that's funny.
This is going to be the chuckle fuck episode of the century. No, but yeah, I'm excited to see where it goes because I don't know. What's really cool is how it ramps up the tension. Yeah, this is nuts. I'm like, what is going on? Is there going to be a full-on invasion of Dredgewater?
Right.
Holy crap!
Yeah,
we're all invested because we're going where we wanted to go.
Yep.
Yeah,
and we're discovering and unwrapping things in front of our eyes.
Yeah,
even
I know. Well, I didn't want there to be some scary Danish warlord that's gonna try to kill us now. I don't care if he kills Lord Washburn, but damn.
Yeah.
No, but it's engaging fiction. It is.
It's really engaging.
Well, it's engaging the genre tropes. Of course, there are Danes, and of course, there are massing war raiding parties. Now, whether they're related to Mort or whether they're paid off by the Northwich King, or the reality is, it's part of the genre tropes, right? I mean, there are going to be.
There's satisfaction. There's legitimate satisfaction when you play authentically a character.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you interact with your fellows at the table, including the presenter, and you're all just discovering and going, "Wow, there's so many." Oh God moments, where things are just falling into place. Yeah. You go, none of this is contrived. It's totally spontaneous. It's just occurring. And you're blown away by how it just all fits. And it leads to what you couldn't even preconceive or presuppose that would have happened.
Yep.
It's just those are the best moments.
Yep.
And isn't it funny that we literally have this exact same conversation every session, but we're newly amazed by it every time?
Well, I am. Like, I've been doing this now for 4 years, and when I first did it for Dell and 4 years ago, I went, "Holy shit, I got to do that again. We got to play again, Dell." And I think it was 2 days later we played again. I said, "I got to do this again because that was
we just
strange. That was
whoa.
Is
that a fluke or is this?" Is this for real? Yeah.
And then it's wait a minute. let me weight the chart because it was just D6 tables. My RSCs used to just be a linear D6 table, and I just had a bunch of them. And then it was wait a minute. Let's weight this for difficulty, and let's weight it for danger. And it's all of a sudden it started falling into place, and I thought, this is no fluke. This is unbelievable. Of course, then it's but it's me and Dell. We're both, on the same page about how we do this thing. It's well, can we invite other people? Can other people figure this out? Or other people take to this? And he starts saying, and so every time I ever play, even the superhero stuff, it's dude, it's just I go in knowing who my character is, and I know the setting you've set up for us, but I have no idea what the hell's going to happen and where we're going, and it is always a surprise, but in a good way.
And you can just sit down and roll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can roll up a character sheet. You can roll up. I mean, literally, I've just driven home and sat down, and in 10 minutes, I've already put something together, and then let's just play.
Yeah. I mean, it's the hardest part is, do I want to put my last point into luck or into, prestige, and then, or do I want to go spirit? It's but it's you have 5 stats. That's it.
Right. Well, I was telling my wife 2 days ago, I said the thing about Dark Age of Man is it is this pick up and play game that is it can become so sophisticated. So you think, it's just a fun, Ivan and those guys, at the end of their session, this is kind of a fun pick up and play. Yeah, it's what it's and I think it started to dawn on them, but all of a sudden it can suddenly get so much more sophisticated. It's supposed to be just an easy pick up and play, but it's not. It's as sophisticated as you want to go.
Yeah, exactly. It's you're dealing with armies battling each other and dealing with, all this stuff. And it's are you rolling mass combat? You could have naval combat, right? You could have political intrigue and the manifestation of that on the world. It's
you can end up having a impromptu
snowballs.
Yeah, you can end up having an impromptu court case because I ordered a character to go kill the guy with that started the riot, right? And we ended up with an impromptu court case. That ain't going to happen in D&D without preparation. And then to prep that, you got to basically be able to say to the players, are you guys willing to have a court case? Because I've prepped a court case. And if the players say, well, sure, we'll give it a go. Because you can't contrive the reason they would have a court case. It's a contrivance.
Right. Yes.
So in D&D, you're going to have to flat tell the players, one of you has gotten in trouble, and you're standing before the Justicar, and we're going to have a court case. And the players will be like, okay, what did I do wrong? Right.
And you charisma as your dump stat.
Right. So yeah, I mean, it's that's the thing that's amazing. You don't know where it's going to go and how it's going to unfold. And the more you know about the genre and the Dark Ages, I had said about their second session, they literally, when Washburn said to them, when Jose said, "What do you want us to do about Mort?" and Ivan said, as Washburn, "Kill the man." And I'm instantly saying, now you got choices. We can actually call the Witten.
Yeah.
And the Witten becomes an actual conflict in which they're going to have to roll dice to convince the Lord to get the militia up to go deal with Mort.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
And here's the more you know about the Dark Ages, the more this becomes relevant. So, for instance, as I told my wife, I said, check this out. He already told them, no, I don't want you to get the militia up in my name, but go kill him. Okay? So I know that. That's what Ivan's told them, and that's what he's declared. I said to my wife, if you understand the Dark Ages, he's just covered his ass. You go kill Von Mort. That's a crime. He can say, I didn't have anything to do with it, and your characters are hung for murdering. Right. In a way, Ivan has set them up to be the fall guys if they actually succeed at killing Von Mort, right? And that's
although
right,
it could go the other way too, in that the aldermen are actually relieved that this guy is no longer a problem
because we're naive. We don't know,
right?
We don't know.
Yeah,
but it's like the more you understand about the law and the culture of the Dark Ages, it can get really sophisticated the more you bring to the table. Doesn't have to. You don't have to know anything about the Dark Ages to play a fantasy game here. But the more you know, the more it becomes much more complicated.
Well, that's where that organic tension comes in, because it's like, in D&D, the barbarian would be like, okay, cool, and he picks up his battle axe and is like, let's go.
Yeah.
But here you're like, oh God, because he's got an army, however big it is, of fighting men, right?
Yeah.
They're not the peasants.
No.
If
in the book they are defined as Mort's men,
right?
Right, they're a little harder, right?
Yeah, I'm like, these are actually trained fighters, and so I'm like, holy crap! Like, what are you gonna do? Because you can't. I would presume Lord Washburn's men-at-arms aren't numerous enough to stand a good chance against those guys. Right, so then you have to call up the fjord. Yeah. But how are you going to convince the aldermen to basically tell their farmers, hey, we're going to go attack this guy?
Right.
Like, that's not... Like, it's one thing to say, kill this guy.
Right.
And in a system that's designed to do exactly that, great, let's go. But when you start thinking of the historical
right. Well, or just to draw the fjord, you're going to go to the aldermen and say, "We need your men. We need your men." Well, some aldermen are going to say, "Yes, Lord." Some are going to say, "Well, I got land here. I got to till. These guys got to keep working." Right. So then the purse roll might come in to convince that alderman to give up his men, and so you can have a session of just getting the fjord together, right?
Negotiation, exactly, right. It's, like, Lord, if I call up my men now, then the harvest will be short, and then when come tax time, I won't be able to provide your coffers as much.
Right.
So I really shouldn't. And then
and this period of history is known as Danelaw. Yeah. We haven't even explored the idea that there's actually areas that are already settled by the Dane, and they're under Danelaw. They have their own court system. They have their own culture, their own, and they're not necessarily your enemy. They've settled that land, and they've got Danelaw on that side of the border, right? So, and they don't want to necessarily see Vikings invading any more than we do, any more than the English do, because they've settled.
They like the rich farmland of England as opposed to the cold, rocky. Yeah.
This period was known as Danelaw, the Danelaw period, right? So. We haven't even toyed with the idea of commerce with Danes or their particular court system. They had a legitimate, sophisticated civil court system, right?
Oh yeah, they did. I mean, and modeled on initially I think it was modeled on the way they did it in Scandinavia, but then they adopted it a lot, bringing in a lot of the English kind of
assimilated.
It was interesting when you saw what the settled Danes, how they kind of became the British like gentry. Not all of them, but the ones that did, right? And then you were like, holy crap! And then you get obviously the French Danes that then come in and take over, right? And then, oh my God, you have all these Danes, and some of them are British, some of them are Scandinavian, some of them are Normans from France. It's like,
and some are Welsh. Right?
Yep, some are Welsh, and then some are
Welsh are a whole nother beast, right? A whole other strange-speaking beast, the Welsh.
Yeah. I would love to run I don't know if it would be a single session or maybe a few, where you're literally like Vikings, and you end up going to either like Kiev or maybe I set it a little bit later, and you go to Constantinople, right? And you see like the Varangian or the Vangarian Guard or whatever,
right?
Which were literally these ginormous like Vikings,
yeah.
Presided, bodyguarding for the Christian, Roman emperor, right? I'm like, what? And it's like not made up. I'm like, this is literally a fantasy story.
That's when you realize the Vikings went a long way. Yeah.
Yes, when you got them.
Yeah, that's what Scott said. He's gonna run us through a Slavic romp, and I was like, oh great, this is like straight down to Constantinople.
Yeah.
But that's why we put the Vikings in there to see people to the Danes to be able to do that. I did run one session though to do that as Vikings.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's great.
I mean, you can't have Dark Ages England without Vikings.
No,
like you just
no. No.
I mean, I guess if you really want to have very small stories, but it's like at some point, even the peasants are going to become aware of the Danes when the Lord is literally saying, "I'm going to call up your husband because we have to go fight these guys."
Right.
And it's like,
that's right. Well, or at least the king will demand that you amass an army to fight off the Danes, right? Which is King Alfred, basically saying, bring all the armies together. We got to stop these guys.
Yeah.
It greatly affected the British culture and how it evolved because, I mean, you've got Normandy. The French finally just gave up and said, "Here, take the land." And they're called Normans, right? It gave them Normandy.
Yeah, right.
Leave us alone. Take the land. And then you've got 1066. It's one of the greatest turning points. The last and only time the Vikings lost was Normandy. 1066. So the last invasion of Normans, and the only time the Vikings, basically the last raid in history in which the Vikings lost was 1066. They were Normans, but they were technically Vikings raiding one more time, and they lost, right? And it's pretty epic turning point.
They were both Vikings ultimately.
Yes,
like
Anglos, the Saxons and the Normans, right?
So the Vikings won, but it just depends on because basically at that point they had integrated so much into the culture that the Viking, the Danish and Scandinavian
that's right
nobles were the established powers, and so then you had that's why there's so much German blood in the English aristocracy because they were all like the Danes, right? That I was like, oh my god.
So the reality is there is a lot of influence there in that history and that affected that the formation, so to speak, of that culture. But but again, it's vast and varied. We can go any way with it. You can be more fantastic, introducing ogres and dragons. And
I kind of picture the way I like to play it myself as more of an Anglo-Saxon with the Danes attacking before Danelaw came into effect. Even though I know we covered that, so. Just
you're thinking the early, what they're first kind of coming in.
Yeah, because Anglo-Saxon came in, Germanic tribes, and overtook the Britons.
Yes,
after pushed them into the sea, and then you got then they had to hold off the Danish raids, and of course Alfred just let them take that. Eventually, not let them.
Yeah.
But after they did what they did, in advance so much, he knew that they got settled. And whenever other Vikings would stop and attack them, they were like, "No, this king is good. We're already settled here."
Right.
So they just got integrated, like you're saying, into the populace.
Yep. Just assimilated. Yep.
Right. Yeah, but whenever Richard took over, he attacked across the channel.
Right.
But they had just repulsed an attack in the northern section of Danes, and then forced march down there to Normandy to try to hold them off there, and that's when they fell. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
it's exactly right.
It's really an amazing period.
Well, and what's left over of that, even when you look at the Crusades, right? The Robin Hood story, as the king goes on to fight the Crusades, and the Normans and the Saxons are at odds, right? At what was this, 1200 at that point?
Yeah,
right? So there's the Normans and the Saxons were neighbors that couldn't get along ultimately, right? It's fascinating.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense that the Saxons would have a great deal of animosity towards the Normans, right? Because that was their traditional enemy for the last few hundred years, and so and it's especially bad that they were from France. It's like that's worse.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what? The people that were helping Richard come across an attack,
right?
They were regaling about the Arthurian legend and whatever, and using that to go retake Britain, from the Anglo-Saxons. You know what I mean? That were there. That was what they wanted to do, was reclaim it. So it's definitely. But I think we picked the perfect period, no matter exactly where you said it.
It's meant to be vaguely the Dark Ages, right?
Or a bunch of feuding. You know what I mean, like contested areas with kings.
Marches. I mean, that's why I made sure that in the glossary I put in marches and marchers, because there's a lot of petty kings and kingdoms that allow you to adventure and meet different kings and different I mean, you could literally say you're headed north, and you could have sessions where you meet small petty kingdoms that are feuding with the Danes, Again, we don't have to identify every city and every spot on the map. We can call it a march, marches with marchers, right? And I mean, like, bingo, we have kingdoms, petty kingdoms that we can play a Game of Thrones in something that isn't related to Washburn at all.
Yeah, and
I mean,
the Danelaw could be in any kind of effect.
The Kentish, you know, you have the Kents, you have the Welsh, right? Yep. You have the Irish, you have the the Picts.
The Scots, I mean, Scottish.
You got the Scots, you got the Danes, and so and it's like you guys kind of established that the seat of power in the southern part of the island is based in London, right? Yeah. Which is interesting, right? Because in then like in historically there was London, which was kind of in Mercia, but then. But it kind of fell under the dominion of what was it? Was Winchester the city? Yeah. Wessex was the country. So it was Wessex kind of, but then you had like Mercia that didn't really have a king, but then they had a vassal, and then it's amazing, and then of course you have Northumbria, which was was sometimes a Christian king, was sometimes a Dane, was sometimes a Dane who turned Christian, was sometimes the Anglos, I mean, it's or the Britons.
Vast and varied. You can like I said, simple game that appears to be a simple pick up and play. Let's just go, which it is, but could turn into very sophisticated sessions, very sophisticated chronicles or campaigns, depending on how much you bring to it or you want to dig into it. Certainly,
yeah. A little bit of my history as far as like because Branham in the Domesday book, whenever the Norman invasion happened, what he did, he copied off the feudal system that the Anglo-Saxons had, and at that time it was integrated with. It was Alfred, what he kind of set up. But anyway, when they took over, they were like, okay, let's make a tally of everyone in their areas and what they are over. And all of a sudden, it was the king's land. It wasn't the people's land.
That's right.
And you were stewards over that land. And my family had it was 40 miles south of Nottingham.
Right.
It was like, it had a list of how many acres, how many pigs, how many workers that were on there.
Yeah.
And whatever. Yeah. So I know.
Well, and all of that was for taxing. I mean, the Doomsday Book was about taxing the shit out of the people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he also.
That's why they recorded it all. They needed to know how much to tax your family. That's why they did it.
Well, that's what led to the
it wasn't contesting land so much with true feudalism that was done there beforehand. You know what I mean? With petty kings all around. That's why I have a tendency to think a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Well, isn't it funny too how the Romans had such a sophisticated system. Yeah. Right. And such a sophisticated mechanism. Yeah. And then you can kind of start to see that again. Yeah. Right. You're right, because once they started kind of consolidating everything, right? That's that's where the Romans had been doing it for a long time.
Yeah.
For 200 years they were there.
Yeah. But it was finally, but the problem was you couldn't do that until you had a consolidated power, because petty kings didn't have enough land and enough stability to really do that. So it wasn't until they started gaining more settled kingdoms like Wessex, right?
Correct.
That they were able to do that. And then you saw not too many, 100 years later, they get the Magna Carta, right? Where the nobles are like, hold on a second. Yeah. You got too much power here. And the king's like, oh, God, you can chop my head off. So we'll make an agreement. And they wrote it down, which was amazing. And so, it's...
Yeah, it is amazing.
That was mainly built for nobles, right? It wasn't thinking about
it was absolutely nobles.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah,
right.
I mean, but the
peasants
Turks
were
had
peasants. Serfs
They
were
wasn't thinking
serfs.
about the peasants.
No way.
That's why I named
yeah.
Vidar Watt after Watt Tyler, that led the Peasants' Revolt.
Right.
Yeah.
So I pulled his name from there. And Vidar Watt.
It's amazing.
I think about every time anybody tries to revolt against the British, up until about 1776, didn't go so well. And then once...
Well, the Brits in 1650 did lose the Civil War. They had a Civil War of their own. And Thomas, what's his name? Who ended up being the Stuart for 16 years. They did not have a king. He was they killed, oh my God, I can't remember his name now. Anyway, Civil War, 1650.
Yep.
Thomas Cromwell. So Cromwell became the King of England as the Stuart for 16 years. He reigned without being king. So technically the Brits did have a Civil War and lost it.
All right, fine. 1650, but then they got it back shortly after. But what's funny is when you look at the when you look at the colonialism from say the 1600s to let's say the middle 1800s, you see the British take over the world, and then you see slowly they start to lose it one by one, right? It's like they lose America, then they lose where I think India might have been next, and then Egypt, and then Australia, and then it was like it was like, oh God, because once we did it successfully, people were like, what?
Yeah, exactly.
You can do that?
Right.
Let's do it. And then
the British crazy.
Were like, oh God.
Well,
and the same mistakes the Romans did.
Yeah, it's and then ironically, the French and Indian Wars, right, were really the Brits battling the French and Canadian in Canada, right? Using the Indians to fight the Brits, right? So it's fascinating. I mean, it all it's vast and it's varied. Yeah, go ahead.
That reminds me. That's what I was thinking when Sam was doing his run Wilford Willem. It was doing his run. It reminded me of Daniel Boone during the French and Indian War when he broke free. Because he was held captive, and then he ran on foot down to Kentucky to where they were heading, to where the detachment was headed to attack, and he beat them on foot when he got there, just to let them know to prepare for that attack. Right. But his foot was bleeding, and he had to do it all barefoot and the whole 9 yards. So it's like, dang, that's what it was making me think of.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, it's literally like, the dude in, Greek mythology or whatever, right? He runs the marathon and then he dies. The guy ran himself to death. I'm like,
what was his name? I can't remember the name of
I can't remember if his name was Nike or if he said Nike, but that's where that whole Nike comes from because that was essentially that.
But the marathon, the 26 miles that he ran, right? That's where we get the marathon.
That's why the Olympics had the running. But what's to me, I was kind of thinking about it as like Willem really is loyal to Dredgewater. That's his home. And so, I was thinking about the idea of like, what would possess a man to literally run himself to death?
Yeah.
So that, and I mean, the Persians still sacked Athens, but at least everybody got out. Right. And then they were able to come back later. And so it's like, what would possess someone to do that? Right. Like that's not a normal thing. And that's why, 4,000, 3,000 years later, or whatever, it's still talked about because, and so
that's
I was like, all right, well, I'll run like crazy because I don't want Dredgewater to.
That's right. It's a form of loyalty, patriotism, so to speak.
Yeah. Right.
Well, and it's funny because I'm studying Ken Wilber. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Ken Wilber, the psychologist, and he's written some remarkable work about the steps of the evolution of consciousness among man and civilization, and we can't really even comprehend. So we always apply our own sensibilities to history,
right?
But those cats were living in a mythic stage, where you didn't have reason and ration. I mean, yes, you did. I mean, the Greeks certainly with math but they attributed things to the myth. They attributed things, and they literally believed this stuff. And People didn't veer away from this, right? I mean, it's Spartans were Spartans, and this is how they believed. This is what they were about, and this is what. And you didn't go against those concepts. Right. So that was truly tribal in a way. We apply our own sensibilities to what does a Spartan think? Dude, you can't imagine
we live with Western eyes.
Yeah. You can't imagine how a Spartan really thinks because they didn't understand reason necessarily, right? They hadn't moved to the next phase of human consciousness, right? Postmodernism is a fine example of one of the phases, right? Where we can look and say postmodernism's gone too far, right? We've said everything is everything. There's no truth in anything now. Well, that's postmodernism didn't mean for it to go that far, but that's where we're at now, right? Nothing is true, right?
Everything's true,
right?
Yeah.
So our consciousness is stuck now at this kind of place right now. So where's the next frame of consciousness going to come from if it isn't spirituality? And who knows? Right?
Oftentimes it's cyclical, right?
Yeah.
But like, it was interesting because I think they were saying that in the ancient period, they were so like beset by war and famine, just like it was hardship for centuries.
Yep.
And even some of the Roman and Greek, they had wealth, they had whatever commerce, but for the most part, most people were living very, very, very poor, hard lives. Right. And it wasn't until really about the late 17th, maybe the 18th century, where you started to get a larger segment of the population that was like landed gentry or had at least some level of comfort and leisure to the point that they could actually. So that's why you see all of the greatest political philosophers and the religious philosophers. They're all
Enlightenment.
In the 1800s, 1700s, or exactly.
The Enlightenment,
because they finally had the time and the means to like sit down all day and be like,
actually contemplate their navel, right? Contemplate their own existence.
To be able to actually think.
That's right.
Ask this question.
Right. Yeah.
I bet the apes.
But most of them,
exactly,
like the 1900s or whatever.
Yeah.
Like my granddad died when he was 56. He thought he had a long life.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because they really
in the 1900s he did.
Yeah, he actually did. Yeah, it's pretty good
for the time. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm pointing out. You know what I mean?